7 days.
All right, I didn't even notice it's Thursday. This week has gone by so fast. So much is happening. But anyway, we're here to tell you the latest happenings all over the country. Good morning. This is a Morning Cafe. My name is Fred Indimuli. And how hot is the coffee where you are?
I mean, it's really Stanley Nyeringita. Definitely, as you say, it has been quite the week. And it's actually Friday, Junior.
Yes. As in the week has ended already.
It's finally Friday.
But it promises to be a very busy day today.
Oh, yes.
Yes, it should be marking the last day of the 7 days of rage, according to the Gen Zs.
Yes.
And congratulations. Yesterday, the Gen Zs managed to make the president step down on the finance bill, and he sent it back to Parliament.
Something else that has been happening the entire night, actually, the whole evening, getting into the night, getting into this morning, is the X-Spaces. And so many Kenyans were getting into this. Interestingly, inafika by 5 minutes, it's already 100,000 plus, 50,000 plus listening to some of these X-Spaces, and people just debating, should we continue with the main agenda that was set for today, which was hashtag Occupy State House. And well, we still wait to actually see if that will be a reality for today. So we'll be keeping tabs on that in different parts of the country to see how that will be.
Oh yes, it is a very interesting conversation, but let's take a look at the dailies this morning. And on the Standard, the front page, Ruto gives in to Gen Zs, exactly what we were talking about. Yesterday, the president ceded ground and accepted to send back the finance bill of 2024, which has been very contentious, back to Parliament. And that's a big headline on the Standard this morning. We'll be coming back to the front page of the Standard. Ruto's olive branch, that's a big headline on the front page of the Daily Nation. Still the same story. Ushindi kwa Gen Z. Habari kuu pale kwenye ukurasa wa mbele wa Taifa Leo. Habari ile ile. 3-word headlines today.
People Daily, Ruto's U-turn, too little, too late.
A different angle to it.
What they're saying, yes.
Too little, too late on the People Daily.
On Business Daily, Ruto moves to avert legal crisis with finance bill night memo.
Yes. Big story. Hustlers hustle, hustler in chief. Now, this is not a Kenyan daily, but you'd be forgiven to think that this is Nairobi. This is in Uganda. And this whole week, they've just been focusing on what is happening in Nairobi.
Yeah.
The Daily Monitor in Uganda, Kampala, this morning has a very huge image of the Kenyan president, William Ruto. And the headline, I like the play of words, hustlers hustle, hustler in chief. Yes? The Kenyan hustlers are hustling the hustler in chief. Also on the front page of the New Vision, still in Uganda, they still make mention of Kenya. Kenya chaos, what next after finance bill withdrawal, they ask there, but that's not the big story. The big story on the New Vision is building permits, districts probed over corruption. They talk about physical planner charged over bribe. Matters corruption still making the front pages on the headlines. And there's also a story there down about how the Kenyan riots or the protests are affecting business. Trucks have been stuck at the border. Yes, so trucks are not getting into Kenya from across the border in Uganda. I think this is in Busia and Malaba. So yes, the protests in Kenya have blocked even the movement of traffic and other transit trucks.
On the front page of the Citizen, key reforms as budget gets ringing approval.
That's in Tanzania.
Yes.
They also make mention of what's happening in Kenya on the top strip in Tanzania. On the Citizen, youth have their way as Ruto declines to sign finance bill. Matters Kenyan news making it to the front pages of the dailies in Uganda and Tanzania as well. And even on the front page of Mwananchi. Wasema vijana waacha historia Kenya. Iko pale kwenye ukurasa wa mbele chini kidogo, na unaona sura ya rais wa Kenya William Ruto kwenye ukurasa wa mbele wa Mwananchi kule Tanzania. Habari zingine zilizopewa kipaumbele kule Tanzania, mgomo wa wafanyabiashara waacha vilio mikoa 7.
Mgomo huo waendelea. Maneno TRA pia wasema ngoma ngumu hatima yake leo. So think
tozo gesi kwenye magari. Matters budget. Now, those are just some of the headlines in Kenya and across the region. Still, what is happening in Kenya, making it on all the front pages in the region. It is still the biggest discussion point, even as there's still uncertainty about whether or not the protests will continue today. But we still keep tabs on what will be happening. And of course, TV47 will be on the front line to bring you all the latest. Let's take a look at the traffic situation this morning and on Thika Road, which had a bit of a problem yesterday. Today, it is green all the way from Ruai past Kahawa Sukari, past Githurai, past Kasarani. Nothing to report about. Wow. Not even Pangani. Yeah. Could be an indication about what Kenyans are expecting this morning. So no one is moving. If you ask me, this is very rare. I think even on Tuesday there was a bit of traffic, but today nothing. No one is going anywhere. This is not us saying, it's just what we are seeing and what we're deducing from the maps, that there's no traffic.
Probably even Jogoo Road might be...
Yeah, I'll be looking at Jogoo Road, Mombasa Road too, from Lolongo all the way past Yokimawi, Maradaima Capital Center, and there's nothing. Not even a yellow. It is green all the way. Langata Road, the same situation all the way into town. Ngong Road too. I don't know if I expand it, if we'll get to see Ngong Road. But you look at Wayaki Way all the way from Gitaru, Kino, Kabete, past ABC Place into town. Nothing to report. It's like no one is moving on the roads. It's like a Sunday morning. And probably that's what we expect to see.
A whole indication of what to really expect.
Kwani mnaenda wapi leo ama mnafanya nini leo? Tafadhali tuambieni what's happening today. No one is on the roads. Let's take a look at Jogoo Road. Probably it will be loading in a short while, but most other roads, including the usually problematic Pangani interchange, it is green. And this is at 10 minutes past 6.
Right. Let me take a look at the weather updates and just seeing what to expect. According to what I have here is it's at 12 degrees, actually 13 degrees Celsius, but then it promises to get chilly getting into the afternoon, about 20 degrees Celsius. Actually, the highest temperatures for today in Nairobi is going to be 20 degrees Celsius. So that really shows you today how to expect too much high temperatures on the same. Let's take a look at mahali kama Kajiado, 11 degrees Celsius, and it promises to get even hotter getting into the day. That is the weather updates, and that takes me to the diary for today. And we're mentioning about the whole day 7 of the anti-finance bill protests. We're still waiting to see how things are going to be shaping up, because the protesters had planned to block major roads leading to Nairobi and march to State House. So the whole poster circulating on social media highlights as of last Friday, basically saying that the severity of the public's response, noting that peaceful protests have been met with violent police actions, resulting in deaths and injuries among demonstrators, and that is what they would really want to just peacefully protest on the same. So we will be keeping an eye on that. Something related to that, an autopsy on the bodies of at least 8 as that we had, people who lost their lives in Nairobi after allegedly being shot on Tuesday during the anti-finance bill 2024 demonstrations, is expected to take place today at the Kenyatta National Hospital as well as City Morgue. So we will be, apart from that particular number, even others that are going to be there, we do expect an autopsy on the bodies of the same. We also expect this morning at around 9:30 a.m. the Law Society of Kenya as well as Cabinet Secretary for Defense, that is Aiden Duale, will be making submissions before the High Court. This is an application seeking to quash the Gazette notice deploying KDF to quell anti-finance bill protests. This is after LSK sued CS Duale over the deployment. That among others in our diary this morning.
And yes, finally, our map has loaded, and a look at Jogoo Road. And,
it's been a long time since we
we've never seen it this green early morning. There's nothing to report about apart from this spot right here, and it's a very short one at Makadara, all the way into town. It is green, meaning traffic situation today in Nairobi is quite unusual.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
But then we definitely...
We wait to see what will happen later in the day, but as at this time of day, it's usually quite busy on Jogoo Road especially.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
And now, let's get into the dailies.
And today the number of words on the dailies is not many, 3 or 4 words at most for most of the dailies. On the Standard, Ruto gives in to Gen Zs. That's a big headline on the front page of the Standard. They say President Ruto bows to relentless pressure by Kenyans and refuses to assent to the finance bill, calls for a national discussion on the proposed law and other issues affecting the youth. President also vows to fight graft, proposes further austerity measures in the budget, including cuts in the executive vote, calling them his sons and daughters, and he's not the only one who's calling them sons and daughters. The previous day he had called them other words, yes. Not very nice words. Yesterday it was sons and daughters, and not criminals and traitors. Ruto outlined his plans for the youth. This story covered on pages, I think, is it 8 and 9? I can't see that clearly, of the Standard.
Yes.
Another story given prominence on the front page, died by the gun. They just listed some of the people who died during the protests. They wanted their voices heard, but now lie in morgues. And they have pictures of some of these people who unfortunately perished while protesting. And most of them died from gunshot wounds, including Rex, Evans, and other people. DP Gachagua throws NIS under the bus, and this was a very interesting
speech.
Let me say, he threw the spanner in the works after the president had already spoken and conceded and said, okay, fine, we'll look at all this that the youth want. Then the deputy president, and characteristically, because usually it should be the other way around. The deputy president speaks, then his boss. So the president spoke, then an hour later, the deputy president comes and throws everything into the air. And well, it's interesting that he decided to pick on the National Intelligence Service. Now there was an alleged response from the NIS, which has now been declared fake.
Yeah.
So don't go with that. That letter, allegedly written by the NIS Director General, is fake. So that is the other big talking point this morning. And that's the front page of the Standard.
On the front page of tuangazie gazeti la Taifa Leo, wanasema ushindi kwa Gen Z baada ya shinikizo kutoka kwa viongozi wa kidini, mauaji ya watu kadhaa, hatimaye mswada 3 waondolewa. Ahadi za rais kwa nchi wamedokeza baadhi ya ahadi 6 pale. Sema atazungumza na vijana wa nchi ili kuwasikiliza na kukubaliana masuala wanayotaka yapewe kipaumbele. Aidha, kupunguza matumizi ya serikali kuanzia afisi ya rais na serikali yote kwa jumla, lakini hakwenda kudokeza ni asilimia ngapi au ni idadi ngapi ambayo itapunguzwa. He didn't get into the numbers really, so it's still ish on that. Kupunguza ni mgao wa usafiri, ukarimu na ununuzi wa magari, ukarabati wa majengo. Aidha, kupunguza matumizi ya siri katika ofisi ya rais. Napendekeza mahakama, bunge na serikali za kaunti pia zipunguze matumizi. Nyingine ni kuandaa mdahalo kuhusu masuala muhimu. Pale chini vidokezo vingine, msemaji wa Mudavadi nje kwa dhamana, sema Salim Swale aliyekamatwa Jumapili achiliwa kwa pesa taslimu ya $400,000. Kwingineko, visanga vya wabunge waasi ODM. It's been a moment since we saw political parties conversations around the front page of any of these dailies.
We had forgotten about parties.
Yes.
We are in the tribeless, partyless era.
Baadhi ya washiriki visanga kuthibitisha walikuwa wamesikiliza wapiga kura wao. Na masuala ya Uganda, Museveni akataa kutia saini bajeti
It's interesting that the two presidents both decided not to approve issues around the budget. He refused to sign the appropriations bill into law and decided to return it to Parliament as well. In Kenya, something similar happened yesterday. Interesting. I think whatever happens in East Africa just mirrors what it happens in this country, it happens in the next.
Also happens.
Yes.
Mwishowe pale juu Gachagua chemka na kulaumu mkuu wa NIS kwa maandamano. Sema kwenye kikao na wanahabari jana, Gachagua alimtaka Nurdin Haji kujiuzulu kwa kufeli katika utekelezaji wa majukumu yake. And that is Taifa Leo for you.
All right, let's take a look at the Daily Nation. On the Daily Nation, the front page, big headline, Ruto's olive branch. And they say, concession, intense high-stakes crisis meetings between President William Ruto and his advisors, as well as diplomats, preceded the head of state's decision to send the controversial finance bill of 2024 back to Parliament. The frantic night-long efforts to de-escalate tension in the country came after mostly youthful protesters overran Parliament buildings. Now, in conceding, the head of state also announced a raft of budget cuts targeting his office, among others, and invited the youth to the table. Now, this story has also been given extensive coverage on this paper. Pages 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 12, and 14. 9 pages of coverage on what happened yesterday. It is definitely the biggest discussion, and the front page of the Daily Nation does justice to this story. President last night wrote to the National Assembly Speaker rejecting the punitive tax bill in its entirety. Of course, the other discussion is what the Deputy President says, and the headline there is Gachagua's Bombshell. A bombshell dropped by Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, laying blame for the deadly anti-finance bill protests at the feet of the National Intelligence Service Director General Nurdin Haji, has laid bare the intrigues surrounding decision-making processes concerning national security. That's definitely a big discussion. And the Deputy President, after a week or so not featuring on the front pages, finally back with a bang on the front pages of the dailies. The other story given some space on the front page, the tide has turned. Let's not squander the teachable moment. That's at the very bottom, and it's a commentary. It's a page 1 commentary. Of course, if you want to read it further, it goes to the same page of the opinions. But the Daily Nation, for the second day running, has a page 1 commentary on the front pages. That's the Daily Nation this morning.
On the front page of People Daily, Ruto's U-turn, they say too little, too late. President climbs down on a finance bill, saying he will not sign it into law to allow for dialogue. But did 23 brave children have to pay the ultimate price for government to listen to the people? That is what they are asking. And People Daily also go with an editorial comment. They say, Mr. President, the blood of fallen youths is on your hands. Wow. A similar headline on the top strip: over 20 shot dead, 300 injured in budget protests. And those People Daily just today focusing on these protests and the aftermath of the same. That is People Daily. On to
Business Daily now. On Business Daily, Ruto moves to avert legal crisis. It's still the same story, even in as far as business is concerned. Ruto moves to avert legal crisis with finance bill night memo. Controversial bill would have become law after 14 days. A formal withdrawal shifts focus to Parliament again. And this was a debate. Has he just rejected it? Has he just refused to sign it into law? Because there are implications. After 14 days, even if he refuses to sign it into law, it automatically becomes law. Yeah. Because Parliament went on recess yesterday, and they are away for a whole month. They'll be back only on the 23rd of July. Yeah. So no one would be able to intervene if the president failed to sign it into law. That means 14 days from yesterday, inakuwa law. So he actually did a memo back to Parliament, meaning that that's a formal withdrawal of the same, and Parliament will have to reconsider the same afresh.
So that means when they come back on the 23rd?
It has to wait until they come back, unless now they call a special, the Speaker has the option of calling a special sitting of Parliament, and he may do that, you never know. The other story given prominence on the front page of the Business Daily: Kenya Eurobond investors shaken by Gen Z protests. Yes, international investors have raised their risk rating on Kenya's Eurobonds in response to the widespread anti-tax protests that turned deadly on Tuesday and forced President William Ruto to withdraw the Finance Bill 2024 yesterday. On the highlights, on the ticker, Equity gives cash option in new staff share offer plan. Elsewhere, Kenya's satellite internet uptake rises 64% on Starlink entry. Of course, we still have issues with the internet. Walisema iko chini ya maji, ilikatika chini ya maji. PS contradicts Safaricom Airtel on internet outage. Now, this is where it gets interesting. A top government official has alleged that internet outage that hit Kenya on Tuesday at the height of the anti-finance bill protest may have been an act of sabotage. Sio mimi nimesema. Iko hapo kwa gazeti front page of the Business Daily. Tafuta hii gazeti usome, wapana kusema ati Freddy alisema.
Sabotage is the one.
Sabotage, and that's a PS, a top government official. Yes? Alafu wengine wanasema ilikuwa chini ya maji, undersea fiber optic. How did you know it?
Ni story bado chini ya maji.
Hiyo ni story ingine, wacha tuwache. Finally, Waithuge wants stiffer fines for errant bank CEOs. CBK Governor Kamau Thuge has blamed soft financial penalties for breaches of the banking sector laws by commercial banks. That's the Business Daily.
On the star collage of photos is what makes it just painting the picture of what really happened. They say Ruto withdraws bill after deadly unrest. They're also calling it a blame game. Gachagua launches a scathing attack on his, or rather on NIS, and blames agency for chaos. Different parts of the country, the president giving this speech in State House, and how different businesses were actually vandalized, vehicle being torched after it was torched, and also the aftermath just in Parliament buildings. That is the main headline. The president declines to assent to finance bill, proposes budget cuts, reaffirms anti-graft war on page 2. And we've always been talking about austerity measures. And even when you report even for the dailies, they're asking austerity for who? So we wait to see how this austerity measures will really go.
It is an interesting discussion because many people are saying, yes, one, cut down on your spending, because if at all we are doing away with bits of the finance bill, taxes proposed in the finance bill that were intended to raise revenue, then what does it mean? The two options the government has is to borrow more money to cover that deficit or cut down on its spending. So yesterday the president came out and said, yes, we will cut down on our spending. And you remember when Liz Mutuku actually asked the question about then what happens to development?
And
all the MPs laughed and said, oh, why are you asking for development? Actually, that is the reality.
Actually, I spotted even one of the members of parliament just raising a hand and
But it's true, that's what they were indicating, that yes, now that we've done away with this finance bill, it means that quite a number of things that we had wished for or hoped for will not happen, meaning that the development budget will go down significantly. But also the issue of corruption, which the president talked about for the first time in a very long time, that issue about corruption had not been discussed, and many Kenyans have been arguing. Part of the reason why we don't have enough money to spend on development and other issues is because of corruption. The Auditor General has talked about budgeted corruption. Why can't we handle corruption and see how much from that we can save to actually plug the deficit? Remember, this finance bill of 2024 and the new tax proposals was only intended to raise about 346 billion shillings. If you can do reduce corruption on one hand, reduce the budget on the other, you can actually make some money there. And actually,
so Shida needs now the budgeted corruption.
Yes. So going forward, probably that's the conversation we should be having. The fight against corruption should be revived, as well as getting serious on austerity measures. We'll be discussing this and a lot more with my panelists later on this morning. Robert Alai, MC Kilelesho will be in studio alongside Kiroga Dhuku, MCA Shinga Ward, and Njerika Higa, a political analyst. They will be in studio for this conversation and a lot more.
A final headline on the front page of the Star, a conversation that so many people have really been talking about, and there is still some whole scanty details when you're talking to people there, but then when you talk to even some non-governmental organizations, they tell you, well, nothing of the same happens. So the Star reports that inside Githurai's night of police terror that left scores massacred. They have that on pages 4 and 5. And well, I'm not sure the kind of angle that the Star went with, but then even the whole day, even right here at TV47, just really trying to pick a number of sources. Nothing of it was somewhat exaggerated to a particular point.
We sent our reporters from here to Githurai to actually find out the truth, and they told us nothing of that sort. So there was no massacre in Githurai. Those were just rumors. Yes, there were incidences in Githurai. Gunshots were there. A few arrests. Yes, a few people may have been fatally injured. But the numbers that people are talking about, we still do not have proof of that.
Oh yes, that is the front page of the Star, and
I'm still not done with the headline on the front page of the Daily Monitor in Uganda. I think,
and the fact that they've actually they have an extensive coverage of that on so many pages.
This is Uganda. It's a daily in Uganda. They've covered the story on Kenya on pages 2, 3, 4, 5, and 30. 5 pages dedicated to what's happening in Kenya.
We never focus Uganda like that.
Have you ever seen us focusing on Uganda or Tanzania?
Sisi labda moja tu.
Hata tutaweka pale chini kwa kona hapo chini.
Museveni visited Nairobi.
What Museveni wants.
I'm a Bobby Wine arrested, and that's just it.
But then again, even the kind of creativity that went behind this headline. Hustlers hustle, hustler in chief. Yeah? William Ruto, who ran for president clothed as hustler in chief, yesterday yielded to demands to discard a law proposing new taxes after unflinching youthful hustlers turned demonstrators cornered his government by invading parliament. And you can imagine what this does to the youth of Uganda. Waking up and reading this on the front page of their own daily.
They're picking it and they're saying, this is possible. This is actually possible.
Well, it's interesting that they gave this kind of focus to Kenyan news.
It really sends a message even to Uganda.
Yes, and well, we do appreciate the Daily Monitor in Uganda. It also talks about just how vital and how crucial Kenya and Nairobi is to the region.
Last time ulikuwa unasema weke picha ya Rembo. Ni kama hiyo ndio message haikuwafikia.
Hiyo ni kama bado haikuwafikia, lakini sawa. It is still a true picture of what was happening in Nairobi. A photo montage of Kenya's president and protesters there. Wow. So yes, we do anticipate more protests this morning. Today, and we'll be there to cover it and bring all this to you. But the events of yesterday definitely are important. The fact that the president withdrew the finance bill of 2024 and wrote a memo back to parliament on the same. What are the implications of this? What does this mean? This will be one of the biggest discussions. Of course, also what the deputy president said in his criticism of the National Intelligence Service and its Director General Nordin Haji. And what does that mean, even for the nation? He called on the NIS DG to resign. What does that mean? He called on on the president publicly, asking the president to re-employ some people who had been moved from the NIS service. And it was very interesting listening to the deputy president. Everyone wonders, of course you do meet with the president. How come you're asking the president publicly to do some things?
And the fact that he let the cat out of the bag on some details, saying that some of the members who voted no on the finance bill, it probably NIS was monitoring them, and the possibilities of even abductions.
Yes,
this really it was as if he was just letting the cat out of the bag, but then there's so many cats in this bag that he was cringing to actually even just really say. But deep down he was like, no, let me just...
It's like the president was on one hand putting down a fire, and then he lights another one, a different one from elsewhere. Well, that's the state of the nation, and that is exactly what we'll be talking about with my panelists. I introduced them earlier, Robert Alai, Kiruga Dhuku, and Jerry Kahiga. They will be in studio, so do stand by for that conversation, and you can be part of it through our social media pages on X at TV47 News and on Facebook, TV47 Kenya. You can tag me as well on X at Fred Indimuli.
@Nyeringita_and Fred. Even after that, just taking a look at what he said, what she said, we'll be taking a look at a post-mortem of the demonstrations, the new Gen Z revolution, and what it really meant, and the kind of picture that was there. I'll be taking a look at this with Hans Kiprop. He's a political analyst, Peter Wasaga, an advocate of the High Court and governance expert, as well as John Yahya Nene. He's a political strategist with the Labour Party of Kenya. So stick around for that. That is from around 8:30 all the way to 10, and also sticking and just linking up with correspondents from different parts of the country, keeping an eye on how things will be looking like. What we saw on Tuesday, is it going to be a repeat? Because on Tuesday, about 35 counties went to the streets just to protest. Is it going to be a similar picture for today? We'll be giving you that right here. We're taking a short break. We'll be right back.
Good health. Kila kiongozi ana hadithi yake ya kipekee.
Wazazi wangu walikuwa bit strict kwa sababu mamangu mwenyewe, mimi kutoka kuzaliwa sijailala nje.
The white small one, huyo ana sniff gunpowder na risasi na bomb. Alafu huyo mwingine ni Ridgeback ana sniff simba.
Even the employees knows that. So when in the boardroom is the chairman, the CEO, and the rest of.
At what point are you a wife?
The minute you get to that inside that door, you become now the wife.
Na kila maamuzi wanayoyafanya hufichua mengi kuhusu utu wao na uongozi wao.
We see God blessing us, and we now realize the power of giving also has to be rewarded back.
Kupitia kipindi Mfahamu Kiongozi, tunakuletea mahojiano ya kusisimua na uchambuzi wa kina kuhusu viongozi wetu.
Pick your core business as the bigger stones. Put them in your diary first. Give priority the bigger things.
Usikose kila Alhamis saa 1:30 jioni.
In a world where challenges are as common as opportunities, there are those who dare to defy the odds. They are the entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship isn't just about starting a business, it's about embracing uncertainty, pushing boundaries, and turning dreams into reality.
Hata ambao ni pesa ya kusave, wallahi. Ambao mwaka ni pesa nyingi sana.
As long as you're earning something, there's always that opportunity to save. And you start with where you are.
The way we run the business is in a very unforgiving way, where every team member has to bring out their best.
So, to all the dreamers, innovators, and risk takers out there, remember, being an entrepreneur isn't just a job, it's a way of life. Join the journey. Become an entrepreneur. The Grind, Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Here on Beyond the Limit, we celebrate the extraordinary achievements of individuals who redefine possibilities. In a journey of resilience and determination, these individuals demonstrate that limitations are merely stepping stones to greatness.
I'm Nancy Njoroge, a mother of 3. I have 2 girls and a boy who is Clinton and who is autistic.
When my heart got healed, I decided to come out to be creating CP awareness, to let other people know that there is such a condition, and people that has it is not that they are witches.
Together, let's go beyond the limit every Saturday at 8 p.m.
Welcome to The Realtor, where we take you on an exciting journey from bare land to dream home. Step 1. Finding the perfect plot. We explore location, size, and potential. Next, construction begins. Witness the foundation being laid, walls rising, and rooms taking shape. Step 3. Electricity matters. We delve into wiring, switches, and smart home tech. Step 4. From paint choices to fixtures, it's all about aesthetics. Step 5. It's time to get the right furniture. Finally, the big day. Time to move in and create memories. Join us on the journey to making homes a reality on The Realtor, Tuesdays 6:30.
Kila kiongozi ana hadithi yake ya kipekee.
Wazazi wangu walikuwa bit strict kwa sababu mamangu mwenyewe, mimi kutoka kuzaliwa sijailala nje.
The white small one, huyo ana sniff gunpowder na risasi na bomb. Alafu huyo mwingine ni ridgeback ana sniff simba.
Even the employees knows that. So when in the boardroom is the chairman, the CEO, and the rest of.
At what point are you a wife?
The minute you get to that inside that door, you become now the wife.
Na kila maamuzi wanayoyafanya hufichua mengi kuhusu utu wao na uongozi wao.
We see God blessing us, and we now realize the power of giving also has to be rewarded back.
Kupitia kipindi Mfahamu Kiongozi, tunakuletea mahojiano ya kusisimua na uchambuzi wa kina kuhusu viongozi wetu.
Pick your core business as the bigger stones. Put them in your diary first. Give priority the bigger things.
Usikose kila Alhamis saa 1:30 jioni.
In a world where challenges are as common as opportunities, there are those who dare to defy the odds. They are the entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship isn't just about starting a business, it's about embracing uncertainty, pushing boundaries, and turning dreams into reality.
Hata ambao ni pesa ya kusave, wallahi. Ambao mwaka ni pesa nyingi sana.
As long as you're earning something, there's always that opportunity to save. And you start with where you are.
The way we run the business is in a very unforgiving way, where every team member has to bring out their best.
So, to all the dreamers, innovators, and risk takers out there, remember, being an entrepreneur isn't just a job, it's a way of life. Join the journey, become an entrepreneur. The Grind, Monday.
All right, welcome back. You're watching Morning Cafe on TV 47 with me, Fred Indimuli. Time for us to take a look at the headlines this morning. And of course, the biggest discussion has to do with what happened yesterday with the president conceding and sending back the finance bill of 2024 back to Parliament and with a memo. This morning, we're privileged to have in studio Njeri Kahiga, National Youth Leader, Political Party, PNU. Karibu sana Njeri, it's good to have you in studio.
Thank you.
Njeri is also a Gen Z.
Yes.
So Ruto's olive branch, that's the front page of the Daily Nation. Ruto gives in to Gen Zs, that's the front page of the Standard. And I think the Taifa Leo also has a headline on Gen Zs. Yes, ushindi kwa Gen Z. And let's start from there. Do you feel like Gen Zs have really won, given the concession that the president made yesterday?
It has gone down in history as the first finance bill, I think, for the last how many years? I think since independence, no other president has ever refused to sign such a finance bill from pressure from the young generation. And it is also important to note that the young generation, somebody might ask, have we really won? It's a good start. That shows that in future, the political space is not just going to wake up and make decisions based on what they want. They'll always want to understand are the people with us in this? Because if the people are not with you and the power belongs to the people, you cannot go anywhere. And it's also an egg on the face for members of parliament who had voted yes, because now how do you come back to our constituencies and tell us you had signed something that after the nation came together, decided that no, this cannot go on. Even your president, the person that you say has been giving you orders behind the scenes, has told you no, we cannot allow the nation go down because of a finance bill. That is to say that it was not even that much important as they made it look like. They made it look like as if this country cannot go on without the finance bill 2024. But right now we had the president say they just going to cut down on budgets within the ministries, something that we have talked about, Fred, even the many times that I've come to TV 47. I've always told you, before you come out and tax us, ask yourself, what can you minimize it within your budget? Because you don't want to press Kenyans down their throat at a finance bill for people to stay on luxury, for people to spend millions and millions on food, on drinks, on travel and all that. And also again, for the Gen Z, it has come out very clearly that power belongs to the people. You cannot just wake up and run this country like some private company.
This awakening that we've seen with this generational awakening we've seen, do you see it going on beyond this agitation to reject the finance bill?
You see, the millennials who also have been with us, and maybe those before the millennials, have never, during their youthful years, taken to the roads what we took on Tuesday. And I think now it has come to realization to everybody in this nation that as long as you don't want anything, you can always voice out yourselves. And one thing I know is that it has set a good pace for the political future of this nation, for the economic future of this nation. And again, anybody who is aspiring to go into politics right now knows if you are not with the people, it's bad. You saw what those members of parliament who had voted yes and was trying to sneak out in ambulances, they found people on the roads, and those people were telling the ambulance driver, we have to inspect your vehicle before you leave, only for us to see people living in ambulances. What does that tell you? People have realized the power belongs to them. We pay their taxes, we pay taxes, they get paid. And for that reason, every Kenyan young person right now is aware the responsibilities that their MCA has, the responsibility that the member of parliament have, and they also know the boundaries. At what point should I be involved in any decision making? And again, it's time for this nation to look deeply into public participation, because I am sure somewhere in our treasury there are some millions written down that they were used with the public participation 2024 finance bill. But in reality, if at all there was public participation and the president was given the exact voice of what was on the ground, he would have realized the young people, the old people are not okay with the finance bill 2024. And it's also very shameful that now we are blaming the NIS, yet we know conversations have been going on.
Come to that conversation about the NIS and what the Deputy President said. I'm still on this generational debate. Over the years, we've seen Kenyan youth from different generations come up and make their voices heard. In the agitation for multi-party democracy, it was a different generation, still made up of young people at that time. Most of them are now senior politicians, but back then in the 90s, they were probably in their 20s or early 30s, what the Gen Zs are right now. Even in the fight for independence, a lot of young people are involved. And I know you said the millennials have never fought for anything, but they've also been involved in a lot of this agitation for the new constitution and so many other things. Why do you feel that the Gen Zs and this agitation this time around is any different or any better than any other generation that did it before them?
We're not saying that we are any better, but based on the historical, the history we have in Kenya, as the young people. You can remember during my Mau, the Field Marshal Muthoni was only 21 years when she was going to the forest. Dedan Kimathi was about 33 years. So these Gen Z millennials, over the years, they have always realized if you don't do anything for your nation, you are doomed. And for this time, it's us, the Gen Z, who are here. We are the ones who understand what it means for capitation for education to be slashed. We are the ones who understand what it means for a whole nation to sit down and say, we are not taking in new employees for 1 year. We are the ones who are at our prime age, where we need to make money, we need to run companies, we need to start up businesses. So I think that is the main reason and the push that has given us, with the Gen Z, a reason to be on the roads.
Okay.
And also because the political exposure right now is not like what was there in 2010. Right now, if you go to Mashinani, they know a finance bill, ikipita, is what is going to be relied on by the budget that was done that year. But kitambo, people would not even care to know pesa inatokanga wapi, inaenda wapi, how is it gotten to the county level, how much should the governor use to do what. But right now, you understand that even the old people realize we need to have our money. And when their money does not come in Mashinani, you hear them saying, pesa ya watu wazee haijaingia.
Let's bring in someone from a different generation into this conversation. Robert Alai, MCA Kileleshwa, joins the panel. Karibu sana and good morning, Robert.
Good morning.
This debate about the intergenerational discussion, we've talked a lot about Gen Zs, and even the dailies just give all the accolades to Gen Zs. Ruto gives in to Gen Zs. Taifa Leo inasema ushindi kwa Gen Z. Yet the youth traditionally and historically in Kenya have been the ones leading all this agitation over and over. Last week when you were here, I remember you dismissed the effectiveness of the Gen Z movement. Have you changed your mind on that?
No, I didn't dismiss. Thank you, Fred, and for having me here. What my worries was that were they going to be very consistent? You remember I asked you about the consistency, because I've not only been in the activism sector, especially the digital activism, trying to create change, but I've also been elected. And I've also known sometimes the laxity of the middle class, or the people who come from the homes of the middle class, to get to the streets and effect change. And since I got elected, I've really begged that even some of the degenerations we are seeing in our cities is because the middle class is hands-off. They're not interested in the politics. But we are all surprised that there's a movement which has been, led by the young people of the Gen Z. But now I think Gen Z we are talking about now is the movement. It is not actually the age group which it meant before. Because in the streets the other day, I saw people who are much older. I saw even some of the media colleagues, the Mudibos, and I saw the Gen X, I saw the boomers, I saw parents coming out with their children, holding hands of 2 kids, walking with them side by side. I think I was very surprised to see that kind of intention to create change. I've seen some of the people who have argued in the various spaces which have been online, garnering hundreds of thousands of listeners. I think yesterday they had one which was going beyond 1.5 million unique listeners at any given time, which was very impressive. It is always very hard to go past 300 listeners, 1,000 listeners, but now people are so much interested since the movement started. And people, when you see people raising 12, 15 million shillings in 4 hours.
Your doubts have been wiped off. Last week you were very doubtful about the consistency.
I just say that I'm a politician, and we know how much it takes, how much we spend for people to come out.
That perception has since changed completely.
It has changed. It has changed because, we have seen people who are now more interested in seeing the governance. When people got into parliament, and not only parliament, but various parliaments, various county assemblies in the country where, Embu, I think, was burnt down. In Nairobi, everything, it was ransacked, and, people were venting their anger. There are other elements which took over in Nairobi. I think the corrupt elements in Nairobi decided to burn down the finance office for their own reasons, because the finance office was not so much exposed, more than other offices which were spared. But somebody decided to burn down the finance offices. So when we saw the Supreme Court, Parliament, and so on, and people are saying that they want to, continue the demonstration, the protest today, it's serious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, back to today, now that you mentioned that there could be protests today.
Yeah.
Of course, all this was premised on the fact that they were rejecting the finance bill of 2024. Yesterday, there was a shift. The president conceded remarkably. He made very serious concessions, withdrawing actually the bill, and through a memo to Parliament. And one wonders, okay, fine, and you've been given the accolades that you've actually won. It's a necessity of further agitation going forward, and especially today. Njeri.
I would not like to speak on their behalf, those who are going to be on the streets today. But one thing I want to remind you, yesterday there was a journalist, I think from TV47, who asked a question on development.
Yes,
and those members of parliament laughed sarcastically. What does that tell you? Wakona kiburi. People who are going to go on the streets today are not, they just want to tell these people, hold up, you cannot be doing such things to our faces. How do members of parliament laugh about a question of development that is raised by a journalist? That was a very, very wrong thing for them to do. And the worst part of it all is that they sat behind the president, and each time the president was saying, I'm going to withdraw this bill, they were clapping. And these were the same people in parliament saying, mpende msipende tutasign. And it was like some circus or some puppet show, because how do you wake up today, tell us this finance bill is what holds our lives, this is what Kenya needs, then tomorrow when your party leader says, oh, because of
it wasn't that serious,
yeah, then you are there laughing and clapping. It begs the question, and the last time we were here you asked us, do we have a functional parliament? We don't. That is simply the extension of the executive. They proved us yesterday that they operate like some robots. Switch on, switch off, switch on, switch off. Because how within 24 hours has the majority leader Kimani Ichung'wah suddenly realized that, oh, let me clap that it has been withdrawn.
Saying the agitation, whether or not there are protests today, the agitation is not over? The agitation for change?
Let me give you a very simple example. If today you give me what I've been asking for, then you're still throwing at me some attitude and wanting to show me like, you know, they have not done much. Gen Z is Gen Z. And these people need to realize, you just need to know how to learn to stay with people. You know, I was watching that interview and I would feel anger burn inside me, because I was wondering, why would somebody laugh at such a question? It begs the question of, are they going to sneak out this finance bill, then do other things behind the scenes? Come for companies, bring people KRA reports that are not even legit, because why would they laugh at that point? And it's very worrying for we as the young people, because the moment your member of parliament is mocking you, somebody who came and asked for a job from you who is an unemployed, you who has no job, you that the country has told for 1 year we can't pick you up, then that person is mocking you right into your faces, and they don't even care that the whole world was watching, because you are aware that this whatever is happening in Kenya right now is being watched worldwide.
It is on the front page of the Daily Monitor in Uganda. They've actually given 5 pages of coverage to the Kenyan protests in Uganda, interestingly, this morning. And the headline on the Daily Monitor is very interesting. It reads, "Hustlers hustle, hustler in chief." With a very huge image of Kenya's President William Ruto. But Bonalai, what is your assessment now that the president made some serious concessions yesterday? Even talk about new austerity measures, talked about the need to tackle corruption. That would in itself signify a concession on the whole agitation that has been there up until yesterday. Going forward, there is discussion that the debate has now moved from the finance bill to other issues, including a change in the administration. But it's the sustainability of this agitation towards 2027 that I'm now questioning. Do you feel that there's that momentum, that this agitation can be sustained?
I don't think that it's a question about sustainability, because, you know, it's a question about how long can the government hold. Because the government has lost the legitimacy. When yesterday I saw the president on TV surrounded by people who are very inconsiderate, the president didn't come out presidential. In fact, I expected the president to call out leaders, elders in this country, the former president, beg him, let's go on TV. It is now, I've lost the legitimacy. When the parliament has been raised, you know, the president was in parliament, I had the other night, and he inspected for himself and he saw what happened. But when he stood on podium and behind him was Osoro, was Ichung'wah, were people who are very inconsiderate, very mature to understand how a country is to be managed. I saw there was a very huge problem in this leadership. I saw the president didn't understand what it takes to hold a nation together. He doesn't understand that you have to beg a nation. You can't rule people by force. And sometimes even military cannot help you to stay in power, because when the president was camping the other day, he depended on the security forces. But what if the security forces say that they're not going to do it? Because they can decide not to do something which is not reasonable. You know, what was going to happen? So the opportunity for the president to be presidential is yesterday. In fact, many people cheered when Gachagua emerged on TV and was more presidential.
Okay. We'll talk about the deputy president. Let's listen into this session in Parliament where my colleague, senior reporter Elizabeth Mutuku, got the opportunity to ask the very first question to the president after he made that concession at State House yesterday. Let's listen in.
Your Excellency, and the first question will start with Elizabeth Mutuku from TV47.
Good evening. My question is on young leaders from the Gen Z generation who were abducted yesterday and the day before yesterday. What happens to that? Second, there were young people who were killed during the demonstrations. What do you speak of that as the head of state? Thirdly, how do we move forward on the budget cuts, especially now that you've said that we're going to have austerity measures, yes, but how then do we secure development?
Thank you very much. Please. No, it's okay. So
That was a reaction when Elizabeth Mutuku, my colleague, senior reporter here at TV47, asked that question in State House. And you saw the reaction by the members of Parliament who sat directly behind the president. A lot of sneering, jeering at the journalist. And this has been criticized greatly by a lot of people. That's the kind of arrogance Gen Zs are talking about. That's what they're calling kiburi, madarao.
Yeah.
You could see even the president trying to signal to them to tone down on that. The president does see that. Why does he insist on having those people next to him?
You see, you can imagine they're doing that in the glare of cameras. Now, what do those people doing when they're in those parliamentary, those PG meetings? What do they do when they're in cabinet? I think they sit down and look at us like some herd of sheep and they're like, let them talk. For how long can they talk? And you see, it's very, sometimes you laugh at some events because the people who are there saying, oh, what are you going to do to us, are the same people who are being sneaked out with ambulances. And I was expecting to see Kimani Ichung'wah there, the way he boldly insults us sometimes in parliament. I was expecting to see him at the front line there confronting the demonstrators. You see, some of these people, we've come to realize they don't really mean even what they say. They just wake up and ask, what is the boss saying? And they'll go say exactly what they were told. Because why were they clapping when the president said he's going to withdraw that bill? And then again, after this, then what? Where are we going to go? You see, I heard the president talk about corruption. But since he was sworn in, how many of his friends have had their cases withdrawn? And they're not cases of 100 million, 200 million. They are cases of money that if this nation was to bring the corruption money that the cases have been thrown out, we would have billions and billions for us to spend. Okay. Now he's talking about dealing with the corruption. Yet he himself and the people behind him, most who have cases in court, they have been withdrawn in court and they have been told, no, you can now walk away. So it's a question of hypocrisy. It's also a question of a lot of talking and nothing is done. Because you can imagine a whole president who is wearing designer clothes, designer watches, designer shoes, belt and everything, telling us that we are not going to be a supermarket for goods that come from outside. How many suits does he have that are Kenyan made apart from those Kaunda suits? How many watches can those members of parliament show us that are Kenyan made? How many brands do they use in their daily lives? How many? Because you cannot tell us that you don't want Kenya to be a supermarket, yet you are the one who is leading the herd that is importing everything. Then again, what are the standards? Because I heard them say that when the issue of sanitary towels came up, they said they want to promote production of sanitary towels within the country. What is the standard? Okay. How is it going to affect people?
Okay, and some of that is now water under the bridge. The bill has been withdrawn. But when it comes to the act, the president standing there in front of the glare of cameras and having this group of people, it would, when I lie, you would rather have had the president speaking alone yesterday. That act alone, jeering at the journalist, is enough to water down everything that the president said, don't you think?
That's why most people are not taking him seriously, because these young people can see through him. The Gen Zs, the Gen X, the millennials and boomers, everybody is, you know, the average Kenyan is too smart for this. I don't think that the average Kenyan has the brain of a Sorrow. They are beyond that level. And they can see through this and they can say that this person is not mature, this person doesn't have emotional intelligence, this person does not understand what the country is going through. There's no way he's going to have the wisdom to take leadership. And if you give, you know, because what I expected the president to do is first disband the cabinet, disband the House leadership, ensure that you hold the speaker to account. Because the speaker, if I was president today, I would have somebody who is going to challenge me. Tell me something which I'm not hearing from others. Don't surround yourself with the yes sir men. Don't mock journalists. However stupid you think they have asked that question, their question is. Don't mock, don't jeer, don't sneer. You know, it is not the president doing that, but the people around him. It means it has something which has been encouraged in those informal or formal meetings they've had in State House, also elsewhere. It is very, very disappointing to see what was being done on TV yesterday, and for us to expect any kind of mature leader. You know, even when the president came out on TV the other day and people outed him as having used ChatGPT to generate a speech, it was very telling that the president was not ready to listen to Kenyans. And when he said that, you know, he's going to deal with this and once for all and clear, he thought that he can do anything. You know, when the president got into power, you could see him stand on top of vehicles. And if somebody booed him, would say, wewe, iyo utajaribu na mimi.
What do you think changed between Tuesday, the speech on Tuesday evening where he appeared very uneasy, very agitated, and yesterday's speech? It's just a matter of hours. It was less than 24 hours.
No, what I think happened is that since Ruto became a politician, he's had one mission only. It's to be president. He thought that the moment he took up the presidency, he would be anything, the alpha and omega. He would do anything. He can buy the most expensive clothes, he can rule over Kenyans, he can lord over them, and they would have nothing to do. But I think that the moment he read that speech, and he went back and sat with his military chief, I think they were divided. Some were telling him, no, we are not going to do it. And probably the most powerful ones. Probably KDF was, no, I don't think that is right. Even when they got approval of parliament yesterday, there were talks that, you know, the military was telling them that we don't think that there was consensus in that approval. We don't think that it was good enough to go and rush such an approval in 30 minutes and gain it with the, you know, the most loyal and considerate supporters of yours in parliament. I think that the elders in the room from the military with a great experience, having been in other wars elsewhere, out of the country and in the country, you know, fighting kind of battles, I think they were very mature, and they told him that, you know, to hold a nation together.
Because the president used on Tuesday evening some very strong words, and he said he will, there'll be a full response to the acts of treason going forward. That in itself was very heavy for Kenyans. The word treason has not been used in our context in a very long time. For the president to use that as his final line said a lot. Then less than 24 hours later, he comes with a changed tune. What did you make of that?
What I think is that, you see, the moment a president wakes up and calls us criminals, and in real sense, you cannot criminalize people going to say what they want to be done. And I think that meeting, that press that he had done through the ChatGPT, I think he had sat down with some of his yes sir men, and they told him, enda uambie sisi ndio tuko. Then after some hours, of course, calls are going to fly in reference. You saw even on social media, the UN and everybody else was giving statements, and everybody else was saying, no. You have to listen to your people. And you see sometimes people think that being a president is everything in this world. But you forget, their eyes all over. And the moment it got to a point that people can rubbish a presidential speech, because how do you even call us criminals? In fact, in the speech of the last night, he was not even empathetic about the people who had lost their lives. And to add salt to the injury, yesterday when he came live on air, he said that only 6 people had passed on. Can you imagine, we are at a crisis and you are still lying to us? The media has been giving us updates of around 230 people by yesterday morning. And
230 people is still not proven, probably injuries, but deaths, the number
in
of
hospital
deaths.
people are over. Yes. So what we need to do is, I think the president had 2 people who were advising him, and the first lot was full of politicians who only tell him what he wants to hear. Then afterwards, then maybe sober people sat him down and told him, no, we can't go on like this. You need to do another press.
Let's listen into to what the president had to say, bits of what the president had to say yesterday.
Want nothing to do with this Finance Bill 2024. I concede, and therefore I will not sign the 2024 Finance Bill, and it shall subsequently be withdrawn. And I have agreed with these members that that becomes our collective position.
The president there conceding, and as far as Finance Bill 2024 is concerned, he refused to sign it into law, and through a memo to the House of Parliament, he withdrew it altogether. Allow me to welcome onto the panel Kiruga Thuku, MCA Shinga Ward. He's also the chairperson UDA MCA's caucus and member of the UDA NEC. Bana Kiruga Thuku, karibu sana to TV47.
Thank you very much.
We're just looking at the events of yesterday, the president conceding on this, but questions linger on the kind of sentiment given by those people who are sitting right behind the president. The president giving a concession speech was lauded by very many people, but it is a conduct of the MPs who sat behind the president and the mannerism that they displayed that many people have a problem with. Do you agree that probably they should not have been there in the first place?
Thank you, Fred. Good morning, viewers. You know, friends, first I want to send my condolences to those who may have lost their lives due to the skirmishes that erupted. And you know, for the first time in a very long time, especially on a bill that had such a big backing from the government, we've seen the president listening to the masses and saying, yes, I concede, a lot of people don't want this bill. I agree with the people. That shows very high levels of statesmanship. On the issue of the MPs being there, you know, you saw what happened in Parliament. The MPs, you know, passed the bill, in fact, almost endangering their lives. Now we can see the circumstances were really dangerous. One of the MPs from our home area, the MP for Kieni, lost 2 supermarkets. They were vandalized and burnt down, which is very, very sad. And, you know, we have also several MPs whose premises have been banned. So now, when people go through such instances, and they were doing this so that the president's government can, you know, carry out those plans that the president have been explaining and the government have been explaining, it was only fair to have a meeting with them, explain to them, yes, thank you very much, you have supported the government proposals, but then again, I think it's a high time, because if I sign this thing, you know, it may create more skirmishes. And let me say something here, Fred. You know, we had several, you know, my sister here keeps saying, oh, I don't know, the president insulted who. The president was not insulting anyone. The truth is, the Gen Zs, and I respect them very much, almost everyone in the government respects them because these are our children, our younger brothers and sisters.
You say almost everyone. You do agree that there are people who do not respect.
You know, there are people who don't respect yourself, you yourself.
Yes,
so you can't mind. You know,
she used words like kiburi. Arrogance.
Okay, you see.
And that's why I'm asking the necessity of having those members of parliament seated.
It was very, very necessary. It was very necessary because this was a collective, you know, this has a lot of weight because this signified all our members of parliament who had actually passed this bill, they were agreeing. But the point I want to bring you to is that the Gen Zs, and we fully respect them. The president has pronounced himself on the matter, and the whole government, and that is what the president said is the position of the government. We respect them, and there is no arguing. You know, I even have friends. You know, they were telling me, oh, my child is there. They are, you know, they want to be part. You know, that way. But as the president mentioned, and that's what I want from Jerry, if she doesn't know. It is that the good intentions of our youth were infiltrated. And these are the people whom everyone should have a problem with.
Are you saying that the president's concession was because of the infiltration?
No. If it was about the president conceding because of the infiltration, he would not have conceded. Mm-hmm. We have security officers. But then, you know, when the president says this, he means, you know, like when people come out, they burn down the whole of Mfagano Street. They go there, they loot a supermarket, and they burn it down. Still, they are not satisfied even in another place. That is why we are saying those were not Gen Zs. In fact, at the parliament building itself, it was okay. You know, the Gen Zs, if they say they want to go there and face the MPs. But the manner in which that perimeter wall was brought down, there has been some arguments. This could not have been our youth. Okay. They are not, you know, it was brought down in a manner to suggest these are guys who had military training. And then they got from there, they went into a foreign embassy's building, they burnt it down. So there are even possibility of some foreign mercenaries infiltrating the good intentions of our children. But as the president said, I want to finish with this thread. As the president says, and as everyone in the government agrees, you know, these are our children. With me in my area, friends, you know, the young people are really my great supporters, my great friends. Mm-hmm. So the best thing is to sit down with them.
Okay, and that issue of sitting down with them, the president talked about it, and he said he's willing to sit down with them. Up till now, this protests have been amorphous, meaning there's no clear leadership. So when the president and the government says they're willing to sit down with them, what exactly and what form will this sitting down take?
I want first to respond to Keroga and tell him he has really avoided the question of responding to Kenyans and the Generation Z about how his friends who are members of parliament were behaving.
He clearly avoided that question.
He avoided that, but
you know,
they are his friends. But one thing I need to clearly tell everybody who's listening to us this morning is that if the president decides to sit down with Gen Zs, I think he will just have to come county by county. Because you can't come to my county, Nyandarua County, and ask us who are the leaders. Because the moment we front them, you know, this is a nation where people have been abducted. You had the TV 47 journalists ask, what about those who were abducted? So if people can be abducted without us mentioning them as our leaders, what is going to happen if we front some people and say, let these ones go and represent us in State House? We want them to understand that these demonstrations had no leadership, have no structures. You cannot even just come and say, let Njeri Kahiga speak on their behalf. No, me I simply come on TV to give my opinion as Njeri Kahiga. But there's no day that I'll ever stand here and give opinions on behalf of the demonstrators, because We have no leadership. We can't even wake up and say, you know, we were organized from this side to the other. We were funded. No, people came with money from their pockets. I come with my 2 bottles of water. You come with your 1 loaf of bread. We go to maandamano. And that is going to be a very difficult discussion, because previously what we've always seen when a president demands to sit down with people, what happens is the person who is dealing with the list will go get their supporters from everywhere. 5 people who support them in Nyandarua, 5 in Nyeri, then they bring them there, and the nation is going to be seeing people who are clapping and cheering, and the president says, now you see these people have agreed to join government, supporters, we are going to work with them. No.
Okay. Yeah. But Nalai, when the president talked about austerity, there are so many questions that many people ask. This is not the first time he's talked about austerity measures. It's not the first time he's talked about living within our means, tightening our belts. He even mentioned a proposal to reduce the amount spent on travel. This is not the first time. We remember in November or September last year when his head of public service issued a circular within government, cutting down on the number of people who travel alongside other leaders outside this country. Nothing happened. In fact, we saw a rise in the expenditure for foreign travel from about 4 billion to 18 billion within months. Are you persuaded by the words of the president that this time around things will be different, or will it be just words, more of the same?
I think I'm not only persuaded, but I don't think that other Kenyans are persuaded, because this government, the president lost the trust of Kenyans a long time ago. And you know, when he stood in that podium and didn't talk about the spouses, you know, the children, the first families' benefits, the renovations he's carrying out in all state lodges around the country, which don't serve any serious purpose. I think that the state lodges were very important when mobility in the country was not so easy. But in a modern Kenya, I don't think that you need so many state lodges in the country. I think most of them should be disposed of, or should be turned into offices of governors and so on, so that the governors don't build, you know, extra mansions next to in those counties where they exist already. I think the president didn't even mean the word austerity when he didn't start with his own inner circle. When he talked about the presidency and a few things here and there and saying that they're going to reduce, I wish that he talked to those MPs and told them that we have to move a motion to reduce our salaries. The country is going to go. I think he needs to win back the trust of Kenyans. And to win back the trust of Kenyans, first fight corruption, and then live within your means, and then sell off some of these luxuries people are showing around. Then also show by action, say that, you know what former President Uhuru did when he was finance minister, just the move to say that, you know, we need to have the limit on the size of vehicles public officials need, however rich they are. There are things you need not to show. However rich you are, you can't drive around in the most latest luxury vehicles, the Bentleys, the Cadillacs and so on, the Range Rovers. We are public officials. Whether it is your private vehicle or not, it is going to take a common man a very long time to confirm whether it's yours or not. But please leave. If Safaricom CEO, who from the last financial records got salaries plus benefits amounting to 250 million in a year, is not driving around in the latest Range Rover, how are you, who has never invented anything, don't run any serious business, a public official living on taxpayers, almost completely literate, telling us that you can live and drive around in the latest, somebody who just knows how to twerk on TV is telling us that he or she can buy the latest Range Rover. What these young people knows, they can see beyond your lies. These young people you see on TV, they're looking at the president. They have smart, and that's why it took them 5 minutes to discover that president used ChatGPT to generate 91% of his speeches. He didn't write it. It means he was not taking the country at heart. So these people are so smart. Please don't insult their intelligence, because they're going to call you out, and you're not going to help with national unity. Because we want the president to succeed. The problem is that he's not helping himself. When his own deputy yesterday emerged as the bigger person, I saw there was a problem, a big problem. And you know, when you give them that chance, I wish that the president sat down and listened to people who are mature enough. I wish that the president didn't go after the meeting he held with the MPs, came out with religious leaders who have lost the trust of Kenyans. And when immediately they saw him with the religious leaders on TV, he said, this person doesn't listen. This person needs to go out. Whatever he said the last hour is useless. Please. And I think that is going to fail, because after the president's speech, I think in a record of 30 minutes, close to 7 million shillings was raised to support those people who are going to be shot or already shot in hospitals or so. And it should give, because these people targeted to do fundraising for 30 days, but this money they raised it within 4 or 5 hours. They raised more than double the money they wanted. And that one, you know, that kind of mobilization of funds tell you the mood of the country. If a Twitter space which was experiencing 1,500 people is now going beyond 200,000 people, going beyond 1.5 million listeners, there's something wrong in this country.
Okay. And I know you may want to talk about the deputy president. We'll get to that, Bwana Kirugethuku. There seems to be an issue about the people who surround the president and their portrayal of Lajis, exhibiting and showing off money, carrying money in bundles, in sacks for harambes, using very expensive cars and dressing very expensively. You dress pretty decently yourself, but you don't go showing that, at least not here on TV47. There's a lot that Kenyans would want to change around the president. It's a question that I asked you again. Was it necessary to have those MPs behind the president as he spoke? That alone seems to be affecting a lot of the credibility that the president holds. Do you think there's something the president can do about it?
But you see, friend, one thing we need to agree. The president was not there with those MPs to spite Kenyans, to spite anyone. These are the people's representatives elected by the people. His Excellency the President have always talked about carrying out reforms in this country, but following laid laws and constitutionalism. There is nothing we can do about our MPs. Honorable Arai here, he's a member of County Assembly. He was legally elected to be. There is nothing we can do, whether we like Arai or not. He is a member of County Assembly. Now, you know, it's not always good to put, you know, the negative side to everything, because you see, even when you are saying, because it's like, I heard you say before, you know, I was following the discussion, it's like they jeered the station's journalist when she asked a question. But when she asked about the development, and it was contained in this bill, you know, it was a bit amusing. And that is where they were saying, in fact, they were not jeering her, they were saying, it has been, Kenyans have rejected. I think it was just something on the right side of things. So, members of parliament, they were there rightly and legitimately, because remember, even in any democracy around the world, the government in power takes a lot of cognizance of its parliamentary muscle. That's why you will see even in America, the Democrats and the Republicans, they campaign a lot and they do everything legally within their means to be in control of the House. Because that's where bills are passed, that is where legislation is passed, even in the assemblies. When you are in the minority, Honorable here knows, you know, to get through, when a governor gets the minority, they get a lot of problems. You saw even in when they were almost dissolving their county. So let's agree, number one, there was nothing wrong. Number two,
the question is, because the president is talking about austerity measures on one hand, and the people who are exhibiting opulence are seated right behind him. Yet there was no conversation on how those two are linked. That's our concern.
You know, there is one thing. For example, all of you, you see the way Arai here is very smart. You can see. Even this young lady, the way she's very, I was watching her on TV as I came on mobile TV. I couldn't realize her. She's so presentable, she's so decent. Equally, you are very decent. So, there are measures of decency that people will always want to attain. And you see, our laws don't bar you, you know, from enjoying. If you have legitimately earned your money, you can have whatever you want. But I want to agree. It's also good that, you know, we tone down in some aspects. But I don't want to blame anyone because, you know, people are at liberty to do what they want as long as they are not breaking the law. But as you say, you know, people do some things, you know, it's just innocently, but they turn out, they turn out not to be good. But what I wanted to say here, you know, when we say, I don't know, someone should drive in this vehicle, that one, unless we have concrete evidence that
you don't
this
think
is
perception matters, even if there's
it does, but you
know,
see, it is also good to bring ourselves back into the realm of laws, our laws. You see, personally, you know me. I want my things small. In fact, if I go somewhere, unless people know me, they will not. If I come here and you don't know me, I will not even tell you I'm an MCA. I just like, you know, being there incognito. When I go to my ward, I interact with everyone, children, women in the market, everyone. So everyone have their style, but on a very serious note, what we need, because we have talked of the president talking about austerity measures, and it is always good to bring these things out because there is something very significant the president did. Among the first austerity measures, government austerity measures he spelled out, was the confidential vote. We know confidential vote. It's that money in the office of the president and his deputy, and it's quite substantial money. You know, when they come like here, you say there is this blah, 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 the president gives 2, 3, 4, 5 million. The statement about the deputy president, that vote is gone. And it's quite a substantial of money. It's over 1 billion shillings. So, with me, what I would plead is, because you see, Fred, when I come here, you know, with me, I never, like the way now we are friends, even if they like hating me, they are still my friends, I can never disown them. So, with me, I cannot. You
cannot even disown members of the UDA, even when they are messing up the...
And when I talk, I have, you know, when I'm a member of NEC, I'm like a cabinet, I have that, you know, collective responsibility.
He's simply telling you he cannot. And
there's nothing you can do about
No. There is something I can do. I'm only explaining the truth and the measures we shall take forward. And so they would rather believe me that the president means well because
the president means well, but does it come out that he actually does the same from the people sitting behind him, especially on austerity?
You see, what he's avoiding to tell you is because he knows these are his friends. Because you see, nowadays, our phones have Google, you can take a photo of something and it's going to tell you how much, which brand that is. Some of these watches that these people wear, belts, designer suits, everything. You look at somebody who has only been a member of parliament this first term, and their dress code from watches to the shoe, it's over 10 million, a watch of 6 million, I don't know what. And you are wondering, how did he get there? When these people were coming, when some of even these CSs were going to the parliament and were being asked their net worth, they are even right now showing us properties that are not even, the money they told us and what they are showing us are two different things. And it brings the question of, how did we get there? In the last 20 or 25 years, even President Moi, who was known for all the dictatorial things that people would want to talk about, has never given a Harambee worth 20 million shillings. How does a member of parliament who has only been there for 2 terms comes and gives 20 million in a Harambee? The president himself, Ruto, has never ever given anything above 10 million. How does somebody give 20 million in one sitting?
No, Fred, that has to be shallowed trade.
That is 2 years one salary.
Point of information. Point of information. Let me tell you, leave alone 20 million. I myself, I have friends. I can even mobilize 30 million. So let's not overhype issues about people giving money. I'm telling you, for example, right now, I had an event recently. I had invited you. You remember? The people that came there, everyone was astonished because what matters are your networks, right? Another time, I went to a Harambee, you know, you are sent by this one, you are sent by this one. So the issue is this. Let's not over-concentrate on murdering, you know, creating, you know, tensions.
Is it possible for Kenyans to
we cannot
ignore
ignore
this?
No, when you come, you table evidence of wrongdoing.
20 million. 20 million on one Sunday. Every other Sunday they are
allow you to
I was even in, no, Fred, I was in another Harambee here in Tetu 2 weeks ago. The chief guest, who is a business person, he had over 10 million. Because his friends, you know, they are business people. That one gives him a million. What do you
have to say about
it? Could even have had 30.
There's a reason why we had a law, you know, against Harambee. And because it's a very convenient way, first of laundering money, and also is a very serious way of spiting the public. You know, when you see somebody as illiterate as Oscar Sudi goes on TV and counts money, milioni moja, milioni mbili, milioni tatu, mpaka 15, you see, it is insulting to the intelligence of Kenyans and showing them how worthless the education of this country you need to hold. When the same people are shipping your kids to Middle East to be slaves, when the same people are telling you to go to Germany, the best place for Kenyans to work and make good living is Kenya. This is the place which you have to create proper employment on. When 2 investors recently came to this country to, you know, to launch some digital hubs, and the leadership of the UDA was never present, especially from the county to the national, and they say that they were following the president from wherever. These investors went back with their money, and the chief officer in Nairobi resigned. Say that I cannot tolerate, because he was heading ICT, and he said that he's going, you know, in ICT you have a lot of development partners who are willing to empower these young people. We have left young people to be only empowered with do this. And the best way they empower these young people with do this is that they pay for you a deposit of 20,000. And this do this is going to cost you close to 300,000 to 400,000. You are going to pay this thing. The moment you are almost finishing to pay it, the credit company is going to organize a robbery and you'll be knighted. We are condemning these young people to poverty. ICT, when you create the next creatives, the photographers, you know, the web designers, the graphic designers, you know, the TikTokers, the content creators, if you empower them with those skills and they can make 200,000, 300,000, 1 million shillings online, this is the best way to empower these young people. But these people don't see that. They'd rather take the millions to churches. You know, young people, when, you know, COVID gave young people in this country a convenient way of staying away from churches. So these people are not in churches. The churches lost relevance to them, especially when they see the church is tolerating what is happening now. So when you go to churches and donate so much money, and you depend on some illiterate people, few people who, you know, probably don't have proper understanding, and you think that you have proper support of the whole population, and now you can buy all the support consistently, the time has come when you have to realize that these people are not in churches. Please empower them with the skills they can use to better their lives. It is not wise. You know, an MP was very angry the last day when he was shared, the picture, one of the pictures shared was him wearing 600,000 shoes bought in Dubai. And you know, he's one of the people also carrying a wad of cash around. And I told him that, you know, you people are destroying the fabric of the country. It doesn't matter whether you're my friend or not. I'll sacrifice you on behalf for the betterment of this country. And I told him that, you know, I don't appreciate you coming out, whether elected or not, whether you bought it with your legitimate money you earn from your business or not. There is no reason why anybody who claims to be a businessman in this country, which is still struggling to feed some of its population, you can come in an Harambee and give 1 million shillings. Please, there are better ways of investing money in community projects. It is not a Harambee which is given for politicians, or you know, people steal money here in cash, then they look for Harambee ways and bring it back to the banking system, and that's how money is laundered. Because this government, when it came to power, it relaxed the anti-money laundering rules, and now it's using the same rules. When we see these things happen around, it pains me it pains me because it seems the leadership of UDA has not realized. Today, the country can burn. And because Kenyans were telling President Ruto yesterday that this is your last day, please be careful. Because when you saw the military was deployed and you saw the mood of the military officers in the streets, you realize that they were not for this deployment. You realize they were not for this deployment. So let these people not have false sense of security that you know they have a legitimate reason to stay in office. Okay. The president should wake up today, order for the firing of his entire cabinet, fire the entire cabinet, fire all the leadership he has on all this UDA and nexus. Then please bring back a government which reflects on the mood of the country.
Okay. Yeah, Fred, you know, one thing we need to agree. You know, if someone has earned their money and they want to support the church, nobody can stop that, friend. You know, we should be truthful to one another because, you know, it's not just about coming here to talk. Those churches...
It is a display of words of cash.
No, it doesn't have to be.
At a time when the members of this nation are going through hard times.
I agree, but you see, we cannot come here, Fred, and waste all our time discussing that someone carried money in cash unless anyone has proof.
We're discussing what the
I think they don't understand how our country is run.
No, you see, Fred, even those churches, in fact, I remember sometime I met my friend, the Archbishop Nyeri, with about 3,000 people. In fact, I told him, that's the best thing I have seen. So, minus the display, if I want to make a contribution to such a church, even if I want to contribute 2 million or 3 or 4, that should be upon me, you see? And you see, I agree, you know, there could be those concerns. But now, you know, my brother here, Robert, you know, he says, I don't know, the military was displayed, you know, they are distributed in various areas, they are not happy. I don't know how he gauged that. And the military, you know, it is not being used on the civilians. It's about, you know, guarding key installations and not from genuine, you know, from genuine protesters. Friend, the truth is, there was an infiltration of these good intentions by our youth. And you see something very good happened yesterday. You know, Boniface Mwangi posted after the president had conceded and posted, oh, I don't know which are gone. The youth told him, no, we are not with you. Of course, you are not the only youth.
Allow this conversation to continue now. I want us now to focus on what happened after the president spoke. And almost half an hour or 45 minutes after the president finished his speech at State House conceding, and as far as the Finance Bill of 2024 was concerned, the deputy president held a media briefing in Mombasa at Kizingwa, the deputy president's residence in Kizingwa, Mombasa. It also features on the front pages of the dailies, Gachagua's Bombshell. That's on the front page of the Daily Nation. On the Standard, DP Gachagua throws NIS under the bus. Many people felt that the deputy president was out of line in addressing the nation after his boss had done the same. But whatever he talked about was quite interesting in itself. He talked about the source of the problem, which he lays squarely at the foot of the NIS Director General. He called on the NIS Director General to resign. He also talked about the intrigues in the employment of NIS officers. He talked about his boss not receiving proper intelligence briefings. Now, these are very interesting assertions by a deputy head of state who also sits in the National Security Council. What did you get from that address by the deputy president, away from his boss?
First of all, a president addressing the nation, I was expecting to see the deputy president alongside. And those who are on social media and those who are on the ground, you saw people write that he changed his venues once, twice. And you would tell he adjusted his speech because I don't even think he was aware the president is going to concede. And that tells us there is a proper proper drift between the president and the deputy president. No matter how much they want to hide it, it's now in the open air. They are not reading from the same page because they don't understand why one person is blaming the NIS, one person is saying that now we have listened to you. And by the virtue of how we saw them do campaigns together, how we saw Rigathi Gachagua wake up and tell the people of the mountain, the people of this nation, William is the right guy, I was expecting to see them together, come together and bring their brains together and give us one speech as the presidency. But the moment you speak from Nairobi, I'm in Mombasa doing my speeches, and you see, protocol dictates that deputy governor speaks, then the governor speaks. Deputy president speaks, then he invites the president. So that that protocol that was broken there said a lot politically. And it also said how things are behind the scenes. And also it has given Kenyans a lot of food of thought, because it seems Rigathi Gachagua is out here to give us a lot of information, because you don't need to be told. There is a lot that he was holding himself from saying. At one point, he was like, the next point I want to say can take this down, can take this nation down, but let me just skip it for now. But I can tell you, I am part of PNU and I'm part of Azimio, and I can tell you for a fact is that the information that the deputy president gave, if political analysts were to sit down and give it a deeper look and analyze it from an angle of poetry or those Swahili books and set books that people do, he said a lot to this nation. But on any other person, they're going to look at it like something
normal.
Something normal, but I can tell you for a fact, NIS is not an institution that you wake up and discuss anyhowly. It's not the administration police. It's not a county assembly. It's not an institution that you just wake up and talk. And you saw the letter that is going round from the office. Is it that letter authentic?
It is fake. It's since been proven to be fake.
It has been proved to be fake. But again, we understand Kenya, how things work. A letter is brought, people say it's fake, and we know how that goes.
All right, let's listen to the Deputy President addressing the media yesterday, and we'll come back and continue discussing it.
National Intelligence Service that has exposed the president, the government, and the people of Kenya. Had the National Intelligence Service briefed the president 2 months ago about how the people of Kenya feel about the Finance Bill 2024, so many Kenyans would not have died.
All right. That's just part of what the Deputy President had to say yesterday when he addressed the media at Kizingo in Mombasa. A lot can be said about this when and you said this when you started, that this administration is suffering from a lack of legitimacy. So when you see that happening and the president at State House talking, and then his deputy comes half an hour later to say something else and add other intrigues, throwing a span into the works, that in itself even waters down what the president had said earlier, don't you think?
Yeah, you know, I saw the address of the deputy president, and I realized that, you know, we are having the kind of challenge in the presidency which we have been having the governors and their deputies. And I think they are reading from different scripts. And the deputy president, being the calculating politician that he is, he has seen the opportunity now to use the ongoing protests to hijack and, you know, sort his own political issues. I believe that when I saw the appointment of Nordin Haji as the Director General of the NIS, I asked myself that this guy was the DPP. He approved the charges of the Deputy President for the 2 billion shillings. Mm-hmm. And how is he going to work with this? Is the Deputy President aware of this appointment? Does he approve and so on? So I thought maybe they've agreed and maybe they saw it as something that they are going to forgive. But I realized that also when the issue of the mandamanos of last year came up, it was challenging for the Deputy President because the Chief of Staff in the office of the Director General of the NIS was a Luo, and recently killed himself, you know. So when those things were happening, I said that, how does this work? Because I know what kind of ethnic politics we sometimes play behind the scenes. And when the Deputy President came out yesterday, I realized that my fears were true. the Deputy President was not comfortable with the Nordin Haji as the Director General of NIS. The Deputy President was not for the idea of the President talking to the Azimio leadership and calming the country. The Deputy President probably infiltrated and hijacked the movement. And probably when people are saying that goons were hired, because I was standing on Koinange Street and later I went to...
That's a very serious allegation.
So I'm telling you, somebody was standing there, and somebody who has been a politician, somebody who was mobilized for Maandamano, that when you see some young, posh, young people coming to holding their hands with their mothers and so on, coming to the street, and suddenly you see 100 or 200 motorbikes with 3 people carried on the bikes, you realize somebody was mobilizing them because it was organic. We expected the young people who were coming to the street to be organic. When I saw it yesterday, I asked myself that the Deputy President is complaining on the media. But the Deputy President is a member of the NSC. Has he complained to the NSC and demanded from the security officers to inform the President that this thing is not working with the current DG? Because you can complain in public, but you have the kind of access to the leadership and to the security system in the country, which only you and the President has.
Does he have that access? It would have been very easy for him to take a flight to Nairobi and be by the side of his boss.
Yes.
When the boss delivered that speech. It's only 45 minutes away.
Yes.
It's the choice of what he said during that press briefing and staying away from State House when the President was making a serious concession before the country that people are questioning.
Yeah, you see, friend, at times we have to admit some things are not the best choices to make.
Some things are completely off.
Yes, because, the President is my party boss. The Deputy President is my deputy party boss. In fact, I'm actually a member of the steering committee of our party. And at times it is the deputy party leader who shares these meetings. And I have tremendous respect for both leaders. But what happened, you see it creates room. My colleague here, Arai is very good at whipping people politically. And at times it makes you defenseless. Because, it is good to accept, because equally, I would have accepted one of my bosses, who is my deputy party leader, to be standing there alongside the party leader. And then, even the content of the speech, and I don't want to fault my deputy party leader, he's an elder in my community and I respect him very, very much. I think it would have been better if he had sat down with our boss, his boss, as he kept calling him my boss, and briefed him. This, Your Excellency, this is not right. This is not right. This is not right. This should be done this way. I have a problem with the director intelligence.
Do you agree that the relationship between those two leaders has been irreparably damaged? There's no coming back.
I cannot say that.
From the position they are right now.
I cannot say that. Even in a family setup, if you decide, fine, let's sit down, let's iron out our differences, and that would be our prayer. But when you start communicating publicly at one another, or one of you is communicating to the other publicly, you see there is a big challenge. It's a big challenge. And, this is a very sensitive docket we are talking about. It's very, very sensitive. I wish this information was shared between the Deputy President, the DP, and the boss in a more private area, because you realize.
Why do you think that did not happen?
I don't know, but
you are a senior member of the UDA party.
Yeah, but if being a senior member of the UDA party, it doesn't give you leeway to what your bosses are doing. They do their thing.
But you do agree something is wrong at the top?
No, that was not right. That was not
something is wrong at the top of the leadership of the UDA party, on the leadership of this country. Something is definitely wrong.
What I'm saying is,
do you agree with that?
Something, what came out yesterday, I think, in my opinion, could have been handled in a better manner, because actually, and there is no problem, if I think Fred has a problem, no problem, but the way we handle it is what is important. And when something is as sensitive as involving the news director, it needs to be handled with more care, because now you can see people are saying, so now it's our tribe issue, because it is a Kenyan way of thinking. So it's our tribe being. Even you saw even Ali Hassan Joho, the former governor of Mombasa, reacted immediately, and definitely we are going to see a lot of reactions as goes on and the days go on. So that one, I would like to request my boss, the deputy party leader, if it can be done in a better way, it will be better.
Okay. Is there any way of going back on
He was simply avoiding to say that
Kimeumana.
And history is very rewarding sometimes. We would never have expected that the deputy president and the president to have a rift in their first term. In the last regime, it happened in the second term. And what people are fearing to tell their members in their parties in UDA is that it's no longer business as usual. You've had some time of an allegation of somebody was denied a chopper. You can imagine a president is sitting with a member of parliament from my county and a section of those that support him, but the deputy president is not there. And you also heard the deputy president personally yesterday say that members of parliament who voted no, they are being intimidated by the same needs. So, and the moment a deputy president is even talking about members of parliament who voted no, I think he was part of those who are telling them, Kenyans don't want to listen to this. And I have to give,
Was that an indication that he himself did not support the finance bill?
Exactly, it was. And I want to thank him, the Deputy President of Kenya, because we all know, publicly he might not have said it, but behind the scenes we know he was not of the bill. And the moment a Deputy President is saying that this thing happened if this intelligence was given 2 months ago, that tells you they even know the timelines of when things got messy. Things did not just wake up and get messy. Things started getting messy on social media 2 months ago. So the deputy president is somebody who you have to give him his dues. He goes to the public, listens to what Wanjiko is saying. Sometimes, due to the relationship that they have with the president, he might not openly say it, but he listens to what the ground is telling him. I was in the same event with him recently when the bishop for JCM, Reverend Ben, was being consecrated into a bishop, and he personally said he wants to listen to the people of Kenya. And I saw members of parliament like the likes of Kina Mushomba, the likes of Kina Koimbori, who openly, can you imagine a member of parliament is openly telling us that people were being given 2 million? Would it just be throwing of words left, right, and center? We know how this nation operates. We've had incidences of media houses bringing out how people are given money in the washrooms in parliament and all those kind of dramas. And we all know some of these things we cannot prove by documentation, but we know what happens. They even publicly say, mkubwa amesema. And sometimes we need to call a spade a spade. Things in the deputy president's office and the president's office are no longer the same. They are no longer reading from the same script. And you understand that the deputy president sometimes has been alleged to have brought in some people to support him from the Jubilee Party and from other parties whom he thinks that are going to advise him properly. And I think somebody advised him and told him, people have said that the presidential speech the previous night did not have empathy. And you saw the deputy president speak very furtherly and said, my daughters and sons.
He repeated that 3 times.
Yeah, he said it with a lot of empathy. And I think he had been told, and he said it with so much, you would even tell this person was hitting a certain point. And you can tell somebody is trying to show the world, me, I'm not in the same page with the other people.
It's the same thing even when it came to, yes, the blame, according to the deputy president, was on NIS, failing to give proper intelligence, according to him, to the president. But also, that assertion in itself says a lot about the president, coming from his deputy, that this is a president who is disconnected from what is happening on the ground, that he has no proper briefings, his decisions are not based on proper intelligence. That in itself is an indictment on the government.
I agree, and the deputy president being the principal assistant and means that the deputy president is the principal advisor to the president. I believe what we have is the president is a liar, and the deputy president is a deputy liar. Because what I saw yesterday...
And not a truthful man.
Not a truthful man at all. Because what I saw yesterday, this is what I saw. When the deputy president emerged there and talked about the riparian land, that is when I realized this guy is lying. Then I started Googling. Because you remember I told you that I was at the meeting where the Nairobi River Commission presented their findings. And the deputy president collected us as MCAs and told us, msiresisti kitu. Lazima watu watolewe kwa riparian land. It is under his office. Nairobi River Commission, headed by the brigadier. It is under his office. When Moses Kuria was tweeting yesterday and saying that the issue of adding VAT onto bread came from a meeting chaired by the deputy president. I realized there was a big, when the deputy president and the president assumed the leadership of the country, the deputy president alisema yeye ndiye atagauge ground. Yeye ndiye atakuwa anasikiza ground. Yeye ndiye atakuwa anajua shareholders ni nani. This is the person who said that he is going to be the ears on the ground. He is telling us that now kulikuwa nafaa kwa ear mwingine anaitwa NIS, Director General, who is not doing his job. And he is supposed to be blamed for everything else. You know, as a politician, I cannot blame security officers for not helping me to listen to the ground. I am a politician elected by people directly. I have sometimes probably the better intelligence than the intelligence officials who are sitting up there. Because I have mobilizers, grassroots supporters, I can call directly and tell me this thing is happening. The deputy president who started his statement by saying that I am an elected deputy president, not an appointed one, should take the lead and resign instead of blaming officers appointed, because I don't believe that the Director General of the NIS should have better information than himself.
Okay. And the cracks within the UDA and the administration seem to be getting wider. And yesterday, the Deputy President said something very interesting that may have missed the attention of so many people. The President had earlier said and alluded to his promise that he made when he took over power, and he promised that in his administration there would be no more abductions and extrajudicial killings. He said that in his speech at State House yesterday. Only for the Deputy President to come about half an hour later and indicate that indeed abductions and extrajudicial killings are happening right now as we speak. He even gave the example of the son of the Attorney General, whom he said had been abducted by members of the NIS. Now that in itself, him even quoting the Attorney General or citing the Attorney General's family, is just an indication of how wide the cracks are within the leadership of this country.
Yeah, and that's why we are saying there are better ways of addressing the issues, especially issues in government, because, and I'm not here to speak on behalf of the security officers or the security formations. They can speak for themselves. They even have their spokespersons. But then again, you know, arrests will still be there, and any government will arrest you if they think, even me, I can be arrested if the government thinks there is something I've done wrong. I was once even taken to court. I used to own a business vehicle. Even my brother here, I've seen him taken to court. So that's normal. But the problem in the world is when one section of the government seems to be talking at variance with another section of the same government. And I think there is one thing we need to appreciate. When the deputy president, or when our president, current president, was the DP, there is something he used to say, and he used to repeat this at almost every TV interview he attended or any media interview he attended, that the vision carrier for our government is President Uhuru Kenyatta, the then president. Likewise, what we need to agree is that the vision carrier of the UDA party and the Kenya Kwanza government is none other than His Excellency, the President. And that is why even in the manifesto, it contains a lot of information about the President who do this, that. All the rest of us, we are there to assist the President.
Including his deputy.
He's the principal assistant. He is the most key person, because he's the principal. All of us are juniors to them.
Okay.
So it's good to always remember that our vision carrier is His Excellency the President, the principal assistant is his deputy, and it would only be fair that if any of us, because there is also that issue of courtesy, it is only fair that if any of us within this government or those who support the government, we seem to be talking, disagreement are a normal thing. Even when we go to the next meeting, we are there, we are opposing one another. But then again, just like within a family setup, you talk within yourselves. When you come to the world, you speak as one unit.
Hold that thought there. We'll come back and discuss more. We still have more time for this discussion. Let's take a break. You're watching Morning Cafe.
Kila kiongozi ana hadithi yake ya kipekee.
Wazazi wangu walikuwa bit strict kwa sababu mamangu mwenyewe, mimi kutoka kuzaliwa sijailala nje.
The white small one, huyo ana sniff gunpowder na risasi na bomb. Alafu huyo mwingine ni ridgeback ana sniff simba.
Even the employees knows that. So when in the boardroom is the chairman, the CEO, and the rest of.
At what point are you a wife?
The minute you get to that inside that door, you become now the wife.
Na kila maamuzi wanayoyafanya hufichua mengi kuhusu utu wao na uongozi wao.
We see God blessing us, and we now realize the power of giving also has to be rewarded back.
Kupitia kipindi Mfahamu Kiongozi, tunakuletea mahojiano ya kusisimua na uchambuzi wa kina kuhusu viongozi wetu.
Pick your core business as the bigger stones. Put them in your diary first. Give priority the bigger things.
Usikose kila Alhamis saa 1:30 jioni.
In a world where challenges are as common as opportunities, there are those who dare to defy the odds. They are the entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship isn't just about starting a business, it's about embracing uncertainty, pushing boundaries, and turning dreams into reality.
Hata ambao ni pesa ya kusave, wallahi. Mbao mwaka ni pesa nyingi sana.
As long as you're earning something, there's always that opportunity to save. And you start with where you are.
The way we run the business is in a very unforgiving way, where every team member has to bring out their best.
So, to all the dreamers, innovators, and risk takers out there, remember, being an entrepreneur isn't just a job, it's a way of life. Join the journey, become an entrepreneur. The Grind, Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Here on Beyond the Limit, we celebrate the extraordinary achievements of individuals who redefine possibilities in a journey of resilience and determination.
Business deserves the best.
welcome back. You're still watching Morning Cafe on TV47 with me, Fred Indimuli, and indeed we are living in interesting times. I'm still in studio in Jerry Kahiga, Robert Alai and Kiroga Dhuku, and we continue to look at the happenings of yesterday and what happens going forward. But let's now focus on the handling of these protests by the administration. We just talked about the issue of abductions, and these are things that we saw, probably this country witnessed decades ago, probably in the 90s during the KANU era. We are seeing a return of the kind of clamping down on protesters by police, with the kind of shooting we've seen, and abductions that continue. Up till now, there are a number of people who are reportedly still missing. And one wonders, because the president even repeated this, that he promised that this would not happen under his administration, but his deputy came out and said, yes, it is actually happening.
One thing that I know is that, you see, we politicians, because the panel today is well equipped with politicians, me who is not in any county assembly or any parliament, but they are in actual elected positions. And I can tell you for a fact, for a deputy president to openly say that a son to an attorney general was abducted, there's a serious problem in this nation. You know, sometimes we see things on social media, and sometimes you are unable to understand the authenticity of the story that is going on. And it's very sad that these abductions are happening, and the administration thinks it's okay. It's not okay. You can't abduct people simply because you think they are the one leading. The guy who was on Citizen TV the other time, I think he's called Fred, the one with dreadlocks. He was abducted, and CCTV footage can clearly show he was heading to his car, then some men came with the cars and they picked him. The son to the AG, we saw how he was abducted. And this regime is forgetting that right now, almost 100% of the Nairobi environment has CCTV, whether they are business CCTVs or CCTV put by the government operations. At the end of the day, you can never do so much in the dark. We've seen senior bloggers like Gabriel Ogunda tweet from their houses. They have come for me. They are outside my gate at wee hours of the night, 3 a.m. Who are you arresting at 3 a.m.? And it brings a lot of fear to us who are very openly keeping this government on check. Can you imagine if a son to an AG, sitting AG, can be abducted? What about me, Jerry Kahiga, who has nobody in their family in power or even anybody in their village in power? It brings a lot of fear to us, the young people. And I remember when the government was campaigning, the Kenya Kwanza administration, they used to say, we want to do away with the government of dynasty, the government of state capture. Yet, when they come into power, 2 years down the line, we've seen it. We even saw it last year, just like less than 1 year down the line when Pauline Njoroge was arrested in Mombasa. And you could tell that this is not something that is just being kept in the secret. They are openly doing it. They either want to intimidate people or they want to tell people, you know what, we are in power. And that is why people can no longer trust this government with anything they say. Okay. Because you'll say on TV there are no abductions, but we have seen even advocates being locked up for going to ask for their clients. We've seen media takers from one station to another as families of members who have been arrested in Communicado being looked for everywhere in this country. We cannot live like that as a nation come in the year 2024. Those are things that happened way before some of us were born. And it brings in the discussion that is done everywhere of those who do not have a chance to witness the Moi era might be doing it now from a well-digital space, because that is exactly what used to happen back days when the president expected that anything that he does, people have to clap their hands. And now we are worried. Sometimes I'm driving at night and I feel like when I see a car following me, I have to first confirm if, you know, this is what I've always heard on news. And it's a lot of, we may not say it every other day, but through this, it gives us a lot of fear.
Yes.
You can wake up one day, you know, they spoke of Livayala during Uhuru's regime. They spoke of state capture. But what are we seeing right now? Openly. And it beats the question. If they can lie about such things, what about the simple things of development that they tell us about? Can they even actualize what they say?
With the improvement of technology, Robert, a lot of this truths or falsehoods can be routed out. That people are very quick to know what is true and what is not. The fact that people are already able to communicate in real time when they're being abducted. But politicians forget so fast. This same administration had promised, and the president is still repeating that promise. If at all he does not realize the kind of technology that the Gen Zs or the new generation is employing, it could be true that he is not with it in as far as the ground is concerned.
I don't think that he understands the technology. I think that he just thinks that technology is just a buzzword. He doesn't know that a lot of Kenyans have even taught themselves. You know, some of them I know are doing great things without any university degree, and have a lot of skills which, if this country can just utilize it well, can change the course of the nation. But when talking about abductions, I've seen the way the abductions have been done. Not only now, but even during the Maandamanos, and Uhuru did it at some point. I think during the revenue sharing formula, we've seen a lot of deaths during those times. But at least there was some accountability that so and so was arrested. Is in police station. The police station must be as far as Kajiado or somewhere. But at least you know that is somewhere in a police station. But we have something which is emerging, is that people are abducted. They are hooded all the time. Something is put on top of their heads. They don't know where they are, whether they're in a cell or they are in some container somewhere. And the moment they are left, they are not able to speak. And we have seen, young people who are in their just post-teens, post-adolescents, being abducted in that way, and we are destroying them mentally. So I wish that, if the president has a secret police somewhere which is only answerable to them, because we've asked the Director General of DCI where some of these things are happening. And it seems to be there's a police which has been made available. And we saw them during the Maandamanos last year. They were targeting the leadership of Azimio, not only with the abductions, but also with the death, tear gas canisters lobbed right inside their vehicles. There were shots fired at them. It was very bad. We are seeing it happen now, but let's tell them that, the country has moved to a stage where people are very well informed. We have a very robust constitution. Some of these things, you can't get away with them. So we'd ask the regime to be properly restrained, to understand that there's a country of rule of law. You are leading an African country, but it's not like any other African country, because this is one of the most informed population you're going to deal with, and they're going to hold you to account. And if you don't take that one seriously, then I think that the regime is living on a borrowed time.
Yes, and this goes directly, contradicts directly the promise that the president made, and the one that he reiterated yesterday, that these things would not happen under his watch, but they are happening.
No, you see, friend, I have no doubt in my mind the president means those words. And friend, when you see some of us here, with me, I have been a human rights activist almost all my life, because I believe in the sanctity of life. You see me here, I was a member of the Muungano wa Mageuzi by James Orengo, Mheshimiwa James Orengo. And we were there with kina Mheshimiwa Jeru Kathangu. So, there is that sanctity of life, friend. Where things change. I saw a post by Honorable Miri Odhiambo that when Parliament was invaded, as she started running, she came across members on wheelchairs, members who could not be able to run away, the staff who could assist them, they were running away to save their skin. Then Miri was there wondering, do I stay, do I run away? If I stay, I'll be told I'm staying because I'm supporting. So she ran away. Then she was on TV, she started watching TV. She saw one of the members being pushed along the streets by the demonstrators as a human shield. Right? Mm-hmm. They're doing funny things, but they are using a member of parliament who is disabled as a human shield. The same government that has an obligation to protect the protesters has an obligation to protect even that disabled member. And what we are saying is, we have seen the damage done. The Constitution is very clear that citizens have a right to picket, to demonstrate, unarmed and without destroying property. But when we go, people come, they loot a whole supermarket, then they burn it down. People come, they destroy the sanctity of this nation, they break down the walls, the fences to the parliament. Others have written in, we want to overrun the country's state house. You see, the security organs have, and you see that is it is a gazetted protected area. In fact,
are you justifying abductions by security agencies?
I'm not trying.
There's a difference between arresting these people, criminal elements,
now unless you tell me,
abducting and holding incommunicado.
No, you see, the lawyers can always deal with that, and of course, when the president keeps saying, we will not cordon this, so I'm sure, because all those, the commanders of all those formations, and the president is the commander-in-chief, I'm sure the president will communicate his intentions directly to them.
Have the security agencies been correct in abducting
with me,
protesters?
You see, I cannot
and holding them without people knowing where they are.
Look here, my brother, I cannot come here. You know, the most appropriate thing is to deal with issues using evidence, a case on its own. And I'm not trying to defend abduction. No, I cannot. I've told you, I've been a human rights activist. You know that one is not something you come and about the pardon. So I'm still one. What I'm saying is, each case should be dealt with on its own merits. And because the security organs will be able to tell you whether it was an abduction or an arrest. And because the head of state is this commander-in-chief of the defense forces, what I'm saying is he have meetings with all these commanders of these, service commanders. He will be able to sit down with them and discuss this matter. Security matters are very sensitive issues, my brother. And that is why I'm telling you, look, I told you here earlier, when we talk of, Jerry, relax.
The reason I'm asking is it's because both the president and his deputy spoke about the same yesterday.
Yes.
About the abduction. He was asked this question directly.
Yes.
And he answered and he said, he reiterated
yes.
his sentiments that these abductions will not be allowed under his watch. And then the deputy president comes and says, it is unfortunate that these abductions are happening as we speak.
And it is so unfortunate. And I've told you, it's so unfortunate, right? To have, those kind of sentiments coming from our top two leaders.
Are you saying the deputy president was lying?
I don't know. His boss is the president.
So definitely one of the two should be lying.
No, so the issue is this. Our boss is the president.
So he cannot lie?
Relax.
Okay.
Our boss is the president. I'm not saying there are no objections. What I'm saying is, if anyone have evidence that these abductions are indeed taking place, we have our boss there. Those people saying this, they are very close to the boss. They can take that information to the boss, and the boss will act.
Fred, I think in future, because these video clips are always available on social media, I would request your producers, these videos, we have a video of the AG's son being abducted in San Prado or along, I don't know, was it Dennis Sprit Road? We also have another video of the guy in Red Rocks being abducted somewhere outside a supermarket. I think you should be playing some of these clips to Mheshimiwa Keruga, because the deputy president clearly said a son to a sitting attorney general was abducted. He's not a son of just everybody else.
No,
an AG officer is a very high office.
Friend. Ask Jerry. No, ask Jerry. No, I want her to explain. You just don't keep saying abducted. I'm saying, tell us, why do you think he was abducted and not arrested?
Because that is what this government does best.
No,
Because
no,
if
no,
you want
no,
to
no,
arrest
no.
somebody,
Justification for abduction.
I'm not.
Is there any provision in our laws for
The
For
issue is
abduction.
this.
How do you arrest
friend,
somebody? You tell them their mistakes.
I want Jerry, because she's here and she's the one making the allegation. I want her to tell us and to tell the nation. This is a national TV, and she cannot keep repeating something. I want her to say, this was not an arrest, it was an abduction, and it was an abduction because of 1, 2, 3. Whereas an arrest.
Let's move from the issue of abduction and just take a look at the general handling of protesters by police. We had instances where cameras have picked out a sniper from on top of Parliament. We've had the instances where there was use of live ammunition, and this has been proven through post-mortem examination of some of the bodies that were collected from the streets.
Yeah.
And one wonders, at what point does that change so that when it comes to protesters, police are allowed to use live ammunition? Robert?
I don't think that what we were seeing on the other day justified the use of live ammunition. I think it worsened the situation. I think there are various ways of handling. I think that we need to modernize the way we have trained our police officers on handling protest, because I think, like others have said, the police, as it is now, have been trained to, be ruthless to protesters, not to handle them in a very modern, mature manner. If you don't have the people from low-income areas whom you can kill and nobody holds you to account, if you can have people from the rural, the villagers, the poor people, whom you can shoot dead and sometimes who mostly turn up for this protest, and now you have people who are very well informed, the people from affluent families or from the middle-class families who can hold you and be consistently on the issues of accountability of the police. I think the police is lost. And when you saw the journalist coming out trying to protect protesters and saying that, asking police live on TV and asking them that, don't you think that you're doing wrong? Don't you think that you're using excess force on people who are not violent and worsening the situation? I think that the police was taken aback. The police had to retreat, and probably it wasn't things. So I think that we need to, and this is something which we've even asked with Nairobi, that even the policing of the urban centers has to change. Because why do you have police wearing jungle jackets, jungle fatigue in urban centers? Why don't we have a more proper modern police with the urban policing belt, has a whip, has a taser, as a cuff and other ways of handling protesters? We have police officers with jungle fatigue carrying only AK-47. So every situation which they can't handle properly, by talking to them, they shoot. We have to train and we have to equip the police to police urban centers. We have to train the police to police people who are informed of their rights and know what they are doing. I think that it is basically we have mismanaged the police of this country. The country is developing very fast. I think many Kenyans, many Africans recognize that Kenya is developing in a very fast pace, but I believe that we have left our police in the 1970s and 1980s. Okay. We need to develop with the police.
Do you agree with this assertion, even as you make your final remarks, that the police used excessive force on protesters? Do you agree with that? And was it justified?
Friends, we are all agreed there were many fronts in this issue. Our youth were genuinely agitating for the finance bill to be shit because they believed so. But the problem came in when the good intentions of our youth were infiltrated by people, and you saw this even when the president said, fine, I accept, I will not sign into law. They went into social media, they landed there through the night, the president has to go. So, what our youth were pursuing and what these other shadowy figures are pursuing are two different things. And I can tell you here, there are some people hiding behind our youth, hiding behind the finance bill, but their real intention is to overthrow this government. I can tell you that one for free. And the issue is, it becomes even very hard for the security officers to deal with these infiltrators, because innocent people might have been caught in the crossfires. Because tell me, what did the Ugandan embassy have to do with the Kenyan finance bill? And that's why I'm telling you, yes, that's why I'm telling you.
Nobody tried the Ugandan embassy.
No, it was. It was a target. It was. Uganda House.
It was not.
You know, Uganda House.
Coming from a rural constituency.
Uganda House. No. Uganda House, for your information.
The High Commission of Uganda is not there.
But those who went there, they thought it was still there. You know, it was it was once house there, so they were thinking it's still there. So the issue is this. The issue is we were facing, our security officers were facing very challenging times. Okay. And it was difficult facing, even I here knows.
So why when you are trying,
look, do you know it is a crime? It is a crime for you as a security officer to watch as property is destroyed. So if someone, wait, of course you should be shot. If, for example, if you...
For destroying property, you should be shot.
No, relax.
You should be arrested.
Fine, but what I'm saying is, if for example, Robert Arai, my brother here, is standing outside there, and there is a security officer there, and you attack Arai in a manner that suggests to the security officer, you will harm Arai, you can even take his life, he will shoot you.
But they had no weapons.
Okay.
It was not a crossfire.
So,
about 30 seconds only.
Thank you very much. Friend, what I can say, I want to thank our youth for making their voice heard. We fully respect it. I wish to remind our people, God has put us in this nation for a reason, and we will not be permanently in this world or in leadership. And I wish to request, we know we don't have any other country, because you see some of those who have been encouraging our people to riot and destroy property are not even in this country. And people, when they achieve what they want, they should know we still have this country as our home. Okay. When the Arab Spring came, people thought they were just removing the dictators. Look at a country like Libya. Fine, their leader may have been a dictator, as they said, and they were supported that. But when he fell, when Muammar Gaddafi, the leader of Libya, fell, up to date, there has never been a government in that country. So, even as we agitate for positive change in this country, which I fully support, because I align myself with the sentiments of the religious leaders, that we agitate for positive change, but we also respect the constitutional regime of our nation.
Okay.
I thank you very much.
Thank you. Parting shot, Njeri?
I want to personally and like a daughter of this nation request the police or any administration that is going to handle demonstrators, please, these are your brothers and sisters, these are your children. We don't want to see a repeat of what happened when one officer shot at people and then realized that they had shot their brother. It's very sad for you to be using live ammunition on Protestants who are just holding a bottle of water. And to the young people, I want to appreciate you for voicing out your voices on Tuesday. And if today any demonstration is going to go on, I hope it's still going to be peaceful. And to the politicians who are trying to take advantage of this situation, I want to remind you that we have a nation to safeguard, but above all, we have a constitution to uphold. And we cannot just read the constitution as politicians or as elected leaders in office, the pages that we think are benefiting us, and don't read the pages that we think give injustice to the public. As I conclude, I want to also pass my condolences to the families that were affected and to the youths that we lost. We will always remember you when we remember Finance Bill 2024. Thank you.
Finally, Eli.
Thank you so much. First, I would like the president to be the bigger person. The president needs to understand that he's leading a country, he's not leading a private fiefdom. And leading a country requires some level of maturity, which he has not shown up to now. So I would ask him first to call all the leaders in this country, all the elders, let him understand that surrounding himself with people who doesn't add value to him, where he remains that he has to be the brightest person in the room, it is a big disservice to this country. So I would ask him, please call out other leaders who are respected in this country, talk to them, find an amicable way of resolving what the current crisis we have in this country. And if you don't do it, Mr. President, if you don't do it now, you are not going to last long. 2027 is going to be very far for you. And I don't think that even another extra week is going to be enough.
But
friend,
but next time,
these are parting short.
Yeah, parting short. Next time, you know, Alai is in the opposition, I'm in the government. Yes. So make a point of giving him first, then me, because now you see, I have right of reply.
Next time,
the president
even
is
opposition
there is someone.
The last
Thank you so much, Robert Alai, MCA Kileleshwa, Kiruga Dhuku MCA Shinga Ward in Nyeri County, also the UDA MCA's caucus chairperson and member of the UDA NEC, and Jerika Higa, National Youth Leader, PNU Party. Our panelists this morning as we continue looking at the state of the nation, today being the 7th day of the 7 days of rage, and we still wait to see what will happen today. A lot more discussions coming up after the break. Don't go far. My name is Fred Ndimuli. Good morning.
Good health produces healthy people.
Uchumi hauwezi kuendelea kama afya ya jamii haizingatiwi.
Kila kiongozi ana hadithi yake ya kipekee.
Wazazi wangu walikuwa bit strict kwa sababu mamangu mwenyewe, mimi kutoka kuzaliwa sijailala nje.
The white small one, huyo ana sniff gunpowder na risasi na bomb. Alafu huyo mwingine ni ridgeback ana sniff simba.
Even the employees knows that. So when in the boardroom is the chairman, the CEO, and the rest of.
At what point are you a wife?
The minute you get to that inside that door, you become now the wife.
Na kila maamuzi wanayoyafanya hufichua mengi kuhusu utu wao na uongozi wao.
We see God blessing us, and we now realize the power of giving also has to be rewarded back.
Kupitia kipindi Mfahamu Kiongozi, tunakuletea mahojiano ya kusisimua na uchambuzi wa kina kuhusu viongozi wetu.
Pick your core business as the bigger stones. Put them in your diary first. Give priority the bigger things.
Usikose kila Alhamis saa 1:30 jioni.
In a world where challenges are as common as opportunities, there are those who dare to defy the odds. They are the entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship isn't just about starting a business. It's about embracing uncertainty, pushing boundaries, and turning dreams into reality.
Hata ambao ni pesa ya kusave. Wallahi. Ambao mwaka ni pesa nyingi sana.
As long as you're earning something, there's always that opportunity to save. And you start with where you are.
The way we run the business is in a very unforgiving way, where every team member has to bring out their best.
So, to all the dreamers, innovators, and risk takers out there, remember, being an entrepreneur isn't just a job, it's a way of life. Join the journey. Become an entrepreneur. The Grind, Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Here on Beyond the Limit, we celebrate the extraordinary achievements of individuals who redefine possibilities. In a journey of resilience and determination, these individuals demonstrate that limitations are merely stepping stones to greatness.
I'm Nancy Njoroge, a mother of 3. I have 2 girls and a boy who is Clinton and who is autistic.
When my heart got healed, I decided to come out to be creating CP awareness, to let other people know that there is such a condition, and people that has it is not that they are witches.
Together, let's go beyond the limit every Saturday at 8 p.m.
Welcome to The Realtor, where we take you on an exciting journey from bare land to dream home. Step 1. Finding the perfect plot. We explore location, size, and potential. Next, construction begins. Witness the foundation being laid, walls rising, and rooms taking shape. Step 3. Electricity matters. We delve into wiring, switches, and smart home tech. Step 4. From paint choices to fixtures, it's all about aesthetics. Step 5. It's time to get the right furniture. Finally, the big day. Time to move in and create memories. Join us on the journey to making homes a reality on The Realtor, Tuesdays 6:30.
Kila kiongozi ana hadithi yake ya kipekee.
Wazazi wangu walikuwa bit strict kwa sababu mamangu mwenyewe, mimi kutoka kuzaliwa sijailala nje.
The white small one, huyo ana sniff gunpowder na risasi na bomb. Alafu huyo mwingine ni ridgeback ana sniff simba.
Even the employees knows that. So when in the boardroom is the chairman, the CEO, and the rest of.
At what point are you a wife?
The minute you get to that inside that door, you become now the wife.
Na kila maamuzi wanayoyafanya hufichua mengi kuhusu utu wao na uongozi wao.
We see God blessing us, and we now realize the power of giving also has to be rewarded back.
Kupitia kipindi Mfahamu Kiongozi, tunakuletea mahojiano ya kusisimua na uchambuzi wa kina kuhusu viongozi wetu.
Pick your core business as the bigger stones. Put them in your diary first. Give priority the bigger things.
Usikose kila Alhamis saa 1:30 jioni.
In a world where challenges are as common as opportunities, there are those who dare to defy the odds. They are the entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship isn't just about starting a business, it's about embracing uncertainty, pushing boundaries, and turning dreams into reality.
Hata ambao ni pesa ya kusave, wallahi. Mbao mwaka ni pesa nyingi sana.
As long as you're earning something, there's always that opportunity to save. And you start with where you are.
The way we run the business is in a very unforgiving way, where every team member has to bring out their best.
So, to all the dreamers, innovators, and risk takers out there, remember, being an entrepreneur isn't just a job, it's a way of life. Join the journey, become an entrepreneur. The Grind, Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Here on Beyond the Limit, we celebrate the extraordinary achievements of individuals who redefine possibilities. In a journey of resilience and determination, these individuals demonstrate that limitations are merely stepping stones to greatness.
I'm Nancy Njoroge, a mother of 3. I have 2 girls and a boy who is Clinton and who is autistic.
When my heart got healed, I decided like to come out to be creating CP awareness, to let other people know that there is such a condition, and people that has it is not that they are witches.
Together, let's go beyond the limit every Saturday at 8 p.m.
Welcome to The Realtor, where we take you on an exciting journey from bare land to dream home. Step 1. Finding the perfect plot. We explore location, size, and potential. Next, construction begins. Witness the foundation being laid, walls rising, and rooms taking shape. Step 3. Electricity matters. We delve into wiring, switches, and smart home tech. Step 4. From paint choices to fixtures, it's all about aesthetics. Step 5. It's time to get the right furniture. Finally, the big day. Time to move in and create memories. Join us on the journey to making homes a reality on The Realtor, Tuesdays, 6:30.
Kila kiongozi ana hadithi yake ya kipekee.
Wazazi wangu walikuwa bit strict kwa sababu mamangu mwenyewe, mimi kutoka kuzaliwa sijailala nje.
The white small one, huyo ana sniff gunpowder na risasi na bomb. Alafu huyo mwingine ni ridgeback ana sniff simba.
Even the employees knows that. So when in the boardroom is the chairman, the CEO, and the rest of.
At what point are you a wife?
The minute you get to that inside that door, you become now the wife.
Na kila maamuzi wanayoyafanya hufichua mengi kuhusu utu wao na uongozi wao.
We see God blessing us, and we now realize the power of giving also has to be rewarded back.
Kupitia kipindi Mfahamu Kiongozi, tunakuletea mahojiano ya kusisimua na uchambuzi wa kina kuhusu viongozi wetu.
Pick your core business as the bigger stones. Put them in your diary first. Give priority the bigger things.
Usikose kila Alhamis saa 1:30 jioni.
In a world where challenges are as common as opportunities, there are those who dare to defy them.
Right, karibu sana. You're watching Morning Cafe, and a very, very good morning to you. It is one of those days that the 7 days of rage as anti-finance bill protesters really put it out there, and this is one of those days that we're just putting our eyes and ears on the streets just to see how things are going to be looking like. And you're going to have a postmortem of what happened not only yesterday, but since the anti-finance bill protests began. And they have the right minds for this conversation right here on set. And we're also going to be taking a look at what President William Ruto also said yesterday. And I'd love to us to actually start on that. Listening into what President William Ruto said, then we'll be getting back and analyzing all this with them.
When the concessions were made, subsequent to public participation that was undertaken by Parliament, that came down to 200 billion. I had made this proposal taking into account our situation and the priorities that are there. I want to thank the members of Parliament seated behind me and those who voted yes for identifying the priority areas of our nation. Because when I made the proposals to Parliament with my cabinet, we had certain critical priorities for the nation. Number one is our agriculture. We did make recommendation, and part of the money we were going to raise from the finance bill was 10 billion shillings that will go to fertilizer subsidy, 18 billion shillings that would go to making sure that junior secondary school teachers, 46,000 of them would be confirmed on permanent and pensionable basis. We are very clear in our minds that education being the greatest equalizer, no child in Kenya should go to a school where there is no teacher or where there are no adequate teachers. It is because of that reason that in this finance bill also, we had committed to hire an extra 20,000 teachers. We also had envisioned, because of the program of last mile connectivity to homes, especially those who cannot afford to be paid for by the government of Kenya, and to also operationalize the chronic illness fund that would make it possible for those who suffer from cancer, diabetes, hypertension, to be able to go to hospital, be treated, and go home without being asked for any money, and for feeding our nation. And that is why I commend these members of parliament for agreeing with us that all the priority areas I have mentioned were the right priorities to be funded. And by so doing, they supported the proposal to incorporate also the views of the people. These members of parliament came back to us after they went to listen to the people of Kenya. And they came back and reduced the budget on their own by 146 billion shillings. Notwithstanding all these concessions, it has become evident that members of the public still insist on the need for us to make more concessions. And because I run a government, but I also lead people, and the people have spoken that they want nothing to do with this Finance Bill 2024, I concede. And therefore, I will not sign the 2024 Finance Bill, and it shall subsequently be withdrawn. And I have agreed with these members that that becomes our collective position.
And that is President William Ruto yesterday around 4:30-ish p.m. heading to 5 p.m. A conversation and a speech that had the country talking. And our conversation really today is, well, he said that he has withdrawn the Finance Bill 2024. So where next, even for this Gen Z revolution? And helping us have this conversation, Hans Kiprop, a political analyst, Peter Osaga, he's an advocate of the High Court, as well as a governance expert, and John Yahya Nene, political strategist with the Labour Party of Kenya. Karibuni sana.
Thank you.
Wasaga, even as a lawyer, first let's start with that bit of just to help people really understand the fact that he says he has withdrawn the bill, and so people are wondering the 14 days. Help us understand all these timelines and that come with even in articles, even in the Constitution.
Thank you so much for having me in this panel. First, I would start by conveying my heartfelt condolences to the young Kenyans who lost their lives, advocating to be heard by a government they elected to serve their interests. It was a bit too late to climb down from the tree, but nevertheless, he succumbed to the wills of the people, which we shall be discussing subsequently. Now there is a procedure. Once a bill has been passed, of course you know that the legislative arm of government, which is the legislature, is mandated to make laws, and these laws are made by way of bills. And once bills are passed in parliament, they are taken to the president for assent within 14 days. What ideally needs to happen is that the president can choose to assent to this, then subsequently proceed to have the bill gazetted to become a law. Alternatively, the president can refer the bill back to the House for reconsideration, whereas parliament has two options: to reconsider the president's comments, or to repass the bill, as it were, back to the president. Now, this must happen by way of a memorandum or comments by the president. Already the president has sent that memorandum, and his comments are very simple: proceed and delete all the clauses. So a motion will have to be tabled in parliament to have that consideration by the president determined. And if that happens, then that is the death of that bill. It ceases to become a bill, and then we go back to the 2023 bill. And the appropriation law is also recalled. But one thing, it's very clear that where we are, that bill cannot see the light of the day by the president's pronunciation. Though it came very late, but it can't see the light of the day, unless it was just a way of hoodwinking Kenyans, which again, I know the president cannot hoodwink us at this point where we are very determined to air our voices.
So unless the Speaker of the National Assembly calls for special sitting?
Yes, because they are on recess.
Okay.
If they call for a special sitting, the mover of the motion will table the comments by the president for reconsideration. And after that, of course, and that is something we need to speak, with the Kenya Kwanza MPs who are now the tyranny in parliament, and we also see the irony part of it. You see, Stanley, one thing that is very clear.
Before we get into the politics of it, what I wanted to really know that can actually and is going to form the basis of this conversation is the timelines. Because right now, trending number one on X, because we'll really focus largely on what is happening. There are quite a number of X spaces that are continuing, and there is the confusion of should we still move to State House? Boniface Mwangi saying we need to go to Parliament. So that is why people really need to know this morning. If hypothetically the Speaker of the National Assembly calls for special sitting, so what timelines are we working with here?
The time frames, you see, the 14 days upon which the bill is passed, it must be taken to the president. And after it has been taken to the president, then what happens is that now he has referred it back for comments. So within the time frame, the 14 days, the parliament should reconvene and call a special sitting. Remember, this bill has to come into place before 1st of next month. So they only have a few days. Basically, it will call for a special sitting could be very early next week, and even tomorrow, I don't know. We will wait, and our focus is now on the parliament to see if they can now convene that special sitting and have that motion moved. After that motion is moved, and of course I know it will be backed by all the members of parliament, now that the Azimio already voiced their part on it, and now the Kenya Kwanza also support it, it will die that natural death. So it will not go to the next stage of being assented to. If the parliament refuses to heed to the president's comment, then that bill is deemed to be passed at the lapse of that period.
Right.
That is it.
Right. Fantastic. Now the fact that we have that out of the way, and Victor, we also have Horace Olo kutoka Nyeri, and we'll also be following up on different parts of the country. Do you have Horace at the moment? Horace, a very good morning to you. What is the situation like in Nyeri? On Tuesday, we did see quite the beehive of activities around that region. Many protesters came out of the streets. Is it something that we do expect today morning?
Na asubuhi njema bila shaka kutoka eneo hili la Nyeri, na leo hii hakuna shughuli nyingi zinazoendelea, japo biashara kama kawaida zimeanza kwa polepole tu. Ni siku ambayo wafanya biashara wale ambao nimeweza kuzungumza nao wamefungua ndio, ila wanatarajia chochote kutokea. Kwa hivyo biashara inaendelea ndio, lakini kwa mwendo wa polepole sana. Na leo hii kumbuka kwamba pia nikiangalia katika mji huu wa Nyeri, maafisa wa usalama wameweza kukita kambi katika maeneo mbalimbali. Kuna yale maeneo ambayo tunayajua kwamba ni maeneo ambayo maandamano katika kwa siku mbili ambazo maandamano yameweza kufanyika eneo hili, maeneo ambayo yanakisiwa kuwa maeneo hatari, ama maeneo ambayo vijana wanaweza kuyatumia kuweza kuanzisha ama kuandaa maandamano hayo. Maafisa wa polisi wameweza kukita kambi katika kona mbalimbali eneo hili, na leo hii pia kimoja ambacho pia tunatarajia eneo hili ni kwamba labda huenda kukakosa kutokea chochote ambacho maandamano, manake pia tunamtarajia yule mke wa naibu wa rais, namzungumzia Dorcas Rigathi, ataweza kuwa katikati wa mji huu leo hii. Hiyo ina maana kwamba huenda usalama pia ukaweza kuimarishwa hata zaidi, lakini cha mno ni kwamba hakuna kile cha kutoa wasiwasi mpaka sasa. Hali ya kawaida, hali ya utulivu. Wenyeji wa eneo hili wana matumaini kwamba leo kutakuwa kutulivu zaidi ikilinganishwa na siku ya Jumanne. Kwa hivyo mpaka sasa hakuna kikubwa cha kuripoti, ila utulivu tu.
Alright, asante sana Horace Olo kutoka Nyeri. We'll be following up on Horace, just in case something crops up. As he says, the spouse of the Deputy President, Dorcas Rigathi, is expected in that region. We do obviously expect to see what will be shaping up there. Now, Hans, as I was saying on X right now, the top trends is the road to State House, breaking news, Boniface Mwangi, Kuu, Nyakundi, as well as the KDF. That is what people are really talking as of now. Did you anticipate us getting to this position?
No. I never anticipated that we'll get to this far, whereby we could end up to such a protest whereby we could lose lives, and there could be serious destructions all over the country, looting. I expected a peaceful demonstration whereby the young generations were there to experience, to actually tell out their grievances to the government that works for them. So actually, to me and to my thinking is this went beyond the expectation of every Kenyan and everybody. And it's a situation that we really feel pain and regret the emergence on why it got it. And we continue to convey our condolences to those who lost their lives, and also maybe those who, we feel for also those who have lost property, and we want to maybe wish for peaceful demonstration going ahead. We want to ask for youth, young brothers and sisters, that we maybe have a better way we can handle this, and also to the authorities, the police, the security organs, that they may use a better way to respond to the youths who are doing protests, that's so that we don't lose lives and we don't maybe end up to having serious reactions also from the youths. I think that is my observation.
And so, Yahya, the anatomy of this anti-finance bill protests, when they began, people were outrightly in different social media platforms saying we're leaderless, we're tribeless, we're partyless, and our main focus is this finance bill. So that was last week. This finance bill that is set to get into the second reading of the voting process should be rejected in totality. But then now the fact that there is no leader, really, everyone had their own point. As much as, yes, they would diverge into one, we really need to reject it to totality, but then others had divergent opinions. Some were saying, no, okay, I probably opine that it should be amended, some clauses be amended. But then right now after this, the president saying, just withdrawing it. So now the question really is, now where next? And now, right now, people are even confused. What is your assessment of this, the whole anatomy of this, the Gen Z revolution? Because when it began and it sprouted, even your generation really were out here saying, hey, Gen Z, hats off. But then should we, and are we going to also see the same, people saying Gen Z, hats off?
Thank you very much. That is a very critical question. And if you look at how these Gen Zs were organized, I was part of the demonstration. When we started very early in the morning. We were very peaceful. And the push went later on until they got into parliament and people were shot and killed. We witnessed it firsthand. But what we can say is that I think this demonstration has shown the country that we are moving in the right direction. Because for the first time, we have come up with a generation that is tribeless and is focused, and they can push for real issues to be addressed. And we are happy as politicians because this country has always been balkanized on tribal base.
Right.
Yes.
I'm kindly requesting to interrupt you briefly as we get an update from Kakamega. I had promised to be getting different updates from the country just to see how today will be. And today I'm joined by Violet Auma, boots on ground in Kakamega. Kakamega, how are things looking like comparing to what we saw on Tuesday, Violet? And a very good morning to you.
Yeah, no, very good morning to you too. So basically here in Kakamega County, things are normal. Usual business as any day other than the protest day. So the businesses are on. Whatever we saw on Tuesday was that many of the shops closed, especially the supermarkets and the retail shops. But right now, everything is back to normal. So though we don't have like a lot of people as usual in town, but the means of, the transport is on, people going on with their own businesses as usual. That is exactly what we saw on Tuesday, early hours of Tuesday. We saw everything was normal until the protesters took to the streets to demonstrate against the finance bill. But basically, as it is right now, things are usual and normal. We are just keeping an eye to see what probably will happen, because on a number of socials in Kakamega, we saw a number of them saying that they will be, taking to streets today as well to protest, even after the president declined to sign the bill. But it is a wait and see. We will really want to keep an eye to see what will really happen later on. Probably after an hour or so, we'll, of course, keep you posted.
It was Violet, if you can hear me, I'm asking.
Yes.
On Tuesday, the main agenda, even for the young people, was reject the finance bill, even as it was going through the third reading. So that was the main agenda on Tuesday. But then right now, even as the young people in Kakamega say they're going to the streets, what is their agenda really?
For them, they are saying it is not. For them, it was not even about the amending the bill. For them, it is not about some of the parts to be removed. For them, they want to be rejected in totality. And for them, they believe that this is just a way the government is passing time. But later on, it will be looked into and maybe amended later on, because some of the key issues they wanted to be amended, if at all they address, probably it will pass. But for them, they're saying they're not going to let it go, and they'll be going on the streets. But basically, maybe what I can just tell you, even on Tuesday, we were able to see a number of police officers in different parts of town. But right now, there's no presence of police. Everything is back to normalcy, and we will see what will really happen. For them, they are saying they want the bill to be withdrawn. To be withdrawn in totality, not that the president declining to sign or rather to pen his signature on it to be law. But for them, they are saying they don't want it in totality.
All right. Thank you very much, Violet Omo. We'll be keeping tabs with you as the day progresses, just to see how things will be shaping up. Thank you, Violet, from Kakamega.
Thank you so much.
Even as you also chime in after before I had interrupted you, because on Tuesday, even as you were walking us through the anatomy of this particular protest, and admittedly, you're saying you were there on Tuesday. During this protest, you were there actively on ground. And you could feel even around the people who were there, they had the main agenda. So if people are going to come out to the streets today, what is going to be the main agenda for them?
Okay, if you look at the mood of young people in the country right now, it's not wrong to tax people. If you look at governance, tax is like death. It's definite. People must pay tax. But people want to pay tax when they are enjoying government services. If the government is working for you, you feel proud to pay the taxes. What we are feeling is that the government is not working for young people. What young people need is an opportunity to enjoy their talents, to enjoy their skills, to enjoy their potential in an environment that is the government is providing those amenities and facilities to support that. The young people are feeling that we are paying money to a government that is not responsive. And therefore, even now, they don't want to hear what is in this bill. They just want to reject it because the government is now pushing to tax the creativity of young people in systems they don't support at all. You see, now we are in a very difficult situation right now, because these people are pushing this government to reject the finance bill. But if you look at the placards, you could see IMF and Bretton Woods financial institutions that are behind this bill. So you find that the president is in a very tough situation. He has borrowed money left, right, and center, and now the owners of the money want their money back. So they crafted this bill to make sure that their money is paid. And for us, we are feeling that why are we paying a government that is not responsive, that is not providing services, that is not making life easy for Kenyans? So the Gen Zs are saying this government is dead. In fact, they are saying after we push the bill out, then the next thing is Ruto must go. I think that is now the next move, he should go. But now you see the quagmire is the Gen Z are not organized. I think that's the first question you asked me.
Yeah.
Because if you push the system,
yes. And I think, sorry to cut you short, before we cross over to Tavet in a few, okay, the whole bit of saying organized might be really subjective, because we have seen a particular sense of organization, even on social media, yes, on some USSD codes being founded and all that. But then hold on to that bit as we listen to Julius Mariki, our boots on ground in Taita Taveta, just to get an update on how things are looking like in Taita. Mariki, habari asubuhi, how things are looking like in your area?
Na mzuri sana Stanley Nyaringita kwenye kaunti ya Taita Taveta. Vile vile shughuli sasa kumekuwa kutulia, japo maandamano yalikuwepo siku ya Jumanne. Kulikuwa na maandamano sehemu za Voi, vijana walijitokeza kwa wingi sana sehemu hii, Vile vile kulikuwa maandamano eneo la Mwatate na vile vile sehemu ile ya Taveta, wote ikiwa kwamba wanashinikiza kuangushwa kwa mswada huu wa fedha na vile vile kuendelea kuwakashifu na kuwalalamikia wale wabunge ambao walikuwa naunga mkono mswada huo. Kwa hivyo siku ya jana Jumatano kumetulia kidogo, japo ile taarifa ya rais jana pamoja na naibu wake Rigathi Gachagua imefanya kidogo hali kutulia. Leo hii tutakuwa tunaendelea kufuatilia tujue hali itakuwaje, japo bado vijana wanasema sasa nia yao ni kupeana ujumbe kwa rais. Kwa hivyo bado huenda wakafanya maandamano, ila tutakuwa tunaendelea kufuatilia tujue hali itakuwa namna gani siku ya leo, lakini hali sasa imetulia, vijana wametulia.
Is there any police presence in the area that you've witnessed?
Polisi walikuwa wakishika doria kuhakikisha kunakuwa na usalama, japo baadaye siku ya Jumanne kulikuwa na uharibifu kidogo wa nyumba kadhaa ambazo zilikuwa zimevunjwa vioo, lakini hapakuwa na hasara kubwa. Ila kwa sasa hivi kumetulia, polisi pia vile vile wameshika doria kuhakikisha kwamba usalama upo.
Right. Asante sana Julius Mariki, najua ukipata mengi zaidi utatuarifu. Thank you very much all the way from Taita Taveta. And so even as we continue on this bit, because and allow me to pick Wakili's mind on this one, because as I was saying earlier on, it was a whole revolution. So right now the big question is the fire still burning in this revolution? Just to help us have this conversation, because these are people who have really championed the social media influencers. One of them, for example, let's say Kimuzi, by yesterday around 11:51 p.m. saying, occupying state houses is tantamount to treason, though we still push tomorrow. If genuinely utoe feelings na hasira, shall realize kutakuwa na bloodshed and we shall achieve nothing. Don't breach the walls, but let's move forward. Kuna many government offices to start with. Hanifa says, let's go to Kenyatta and do not bleed for everyone that needs it. Carry flowers and honor them. We visit their families. They will not die, but no more bloodshed, at least not at State House. We can march anywhere else, but not State House. Wakili, are these teething problems in a revolution that we're seeing at the moment?
Let me tell you something, Stanley. The Constitution is very clear, and on the sovereignty of the people, Article 1, the sovereign power belongs to the people. This ideally means that all our leaders, they get powers from us. They are actually our agents. It's because the more than 50 million cannot go to parliament. That is why we delegated those roles. The revolution right now is on the fact that we have not been heard by those we sent. Our interests are not being represented by those we entrusted. Why? Because there is state capture and there is a violation of the Constitution with regards to separation of power. You saw what happened the other day. The same members of parliament who passed the bill amidst protests, deaths, and outcries are the same people who are behind the president and applauding him for rejecting the same bill. It shows you that we have no parliament. It's a moribund. They do not have a brain of their own. They are sweet like doorbells, and they ring at the call of the president. Now that is something that must be stopped. Why? A member of parliament in Kiswahili is known as Mjumbe. Mjumbe is one who is sent. And who sends the Wajumbe? The Wajumbes are sent by the people. And so Abraham Lincoln said a government should be by the people and should serve the interest of the people. That is something that has failed. Looking at the Constitution as well, Article 10, national values, there is no accountability in this government. Like my brother has rightly put it here, the problem is not on taxation. The problem is on over-taxation, double taxation, without accountability, without transparency. There is no one to report to the employers who are the citizens that last year we passed a finance bill And this is how it has been implemented. If you increase these taxes every day, it means you are encouraging tax evasion. You are reducing the purchase power, and you will not meet your targets. And that is what has happened in the past. So one, we started by advocating against bad policies by the government, and also rubber stamped by the members of parliament. The second issue, so this was just in chapter 1. The chapter 2 of the revolution is now to get back our voices, so that's so that we be represented. That is,
so chapter 2 is what we expect to see today.
What we expect going forward.
Going forward, okay. Hold on there. Let me pick an update from Laikipia and just see what, as he says, the chapter 2 of moving forward looks like. Laban Muhinda, habari asubuhi. Laikipia is one of those areas that young protesters have really come out to the streets to air their voices, considering what we saw on Sunday and moving forward. Is this what we are going to be seeing today? How are things looking like around where you are?
Asante. Huku Laikipia kuna hali ya wasiwasi, ambapo hiyo jana baadhi tu ya wale ambao waliandamana waliweza kushikwa kwa njia tatanishi, kama mmoja wao kwa jina Florence Kosgei ambaye alikuwa kwenye mstari wa mbele katika maandamano hayo. Alishikwa akiwa hospitalini wakati ambapo alikuwa ameenda kutembelea wale ambao walijeruhiwa katika maandamano hayo. Vile vile mwenzake Manase Mwangi vile vile alishikwa, na wanatarajiwa siku ya leo kupelekwa katika mahakama hapa Nyahururu kwa mashtaka kuwa walichangia katika ghasia zilizoshuhudiwa Laikipia hiyo siku ya Jumanne. Vile vile kumekuwa na fununu kuwa baadhi tu ya magari ya wanajeshi yamekuwa yakionekana katika mji huu wa Nyahururu, ambapo inasemekana kuwa magari hayo yamekuwa yakijaribu kutia wale waandamanaji uoga wasiweze kuandamana leo. Lakini taarifa ambazo bado si za kuaminika zinasema kuwa waandamanaji wamesema hii leo vile vile wataandaa maandamano na itakuwa maandamano ya amani. Stanley.
Asante sana Laban Muhinda kutoka Laikipia. Tutakuwa tunarejea kwake, just getting more details on that particular area. He paints a whole picture of how things are looking like, and even the reason that we're really taking a look at some of these updates is just to see what to expect today, because even since yesterday after the President William Ruto's speech, in different, some were for marching to State House, and some were against this whole marching to State House. One particular party, Boniface Mwangi, says, let's just actually move to Parliament instead. Hans, what is your assessment on what to actually even expect today? What you've been hearing from different parts of Kakamega, you've had Laikipia as well, Taita Taveta. What do you expect? What kind of mood do you expect, considering what now you guys are telling me?
Stanley, the mood is a bit tensional all over the country because of what we really observed. But then we must have a honest conversation. We have to have the pros and cons of every reaction. What the agencies have been pursuing is true. They have a honest way of doing it, and even the president accepted it, and that's why he rejected the bill. But then we want to see also people who have been in this protest, like Janet said here, that there were people who hijacked the process, which has been happening peaceful, even in the previous protestings. Why? Was that there were destructions? Was that there were lootings? And there's no one condemning it from the other side. If you check the government, they're trying to condole on the steps that have been taken by the government over the kind of shootings that has happened. Adams Bungei, who is the commander for Nairobi, has been recalled to the headquarters, meaning that there are things that are moving on with the government over the reaction that happened from the police. What is it that we are listening from the agencies? There were destructions, there are things that happened that are not right. And therefore, maybe we must also get into real words to know what is it. And that's why one of the things that we are asking ourselves today, or what we are trying to discuss is what next? The bill has been rejected. Why is the other demonstration still being planned? You check on the social media, you check on what the other people are responding. They are saying it's not about the finance bill. Then what was it about? Who are behind the youths? Was it really about the finance bill? I've had an interactions with many of my age mates and those who are younger than me, and asking them, what is it that you are really against in this finance bill? And I've said, why is the government taxing sanitary pads? And then I told them, but then it has been amended. We also discussed other issues that have been amended in the government, like M-Pesa transactions. Then one thing we were asking, then why is it that you still demonstrate and it has been amended? Those extra taxations that were there have been amended. Why are you still?
Do you feel like the young people are raising the grievances and not the solutions? Because even as the person telling you about the sanitary pads, do you feel like they should have offered a solution?
My thinking is they have a right to express it over the oppression they feel. But they should have gone ahead and read the finance bill proper. Because when the government comes in with a budget, and now to fund that budget, how do they fund the budget? They get taxes, and that's why we have a finance bill. The same finance bill funds the budget. What is in the budget? What's in the budget benefits the GNCs more than any other age group in this country. That's why you see there's more money being taken to the Ministry of Education. Okay? There'll be more teachers being employed. Who are being employed? It's more of the GNCs who are cleared university. Government was to get almost 46,000 new teachers on permanent pension. So if you observe, and I would have want, maybe we have a discussion that is informed between the government and the GNCs, so that you also realize you don't just demonstrate over a finance bill and you don't know what is in the budget. Because the same finance bill that it is being tabled before the parliament is the same one that funds the budget. And to tell you more, Stanley, is why is it that most of the members of parliament from Kenya Kwanza passed the bill? It's because they have programs that they are also running that they were sent from the people, that we need such kind of roads, we see such kind of deliveries, we want drugs in the hospitals, we want working security, we want more teachers, we want education. The same members of parliament are the ones who are making the budget. So they have made the budget to know how they're going to expand the roads, how they're going to maintain the roads, and the same way the finance committee comes on now to fund the same budget. So they are aware on how it's going to help the people. My thinking is probably the citizens and probably the GNCs didn't get a proper information on how they're going to be helped by the same finance bill, how the same budget is
supposed to give, and then I think I'll throw this to here. So who's supposed to, at the end of the day, give this information to the young people? Because the finance bill didn't start, the whole process of making this finance bill 2024 did not start some 2 months ago. It is a process that has been there for months. So at the end of the day, who is supposed to engage with these young people and tell them this is what is contained in this Finance Bill 2024, that we want to finance the budget, and these are the clauses that are there? What do you think? Months way before to the end of the financial year.
First of all, I will not agree 100% with him when he says that this budget is providing employment for young people. The main reason why young people are in the streets is because there are no jobs. And I can tell you, for some of us who are entrepreneurs, there is no money in circulation. The problem of this government is misappropriation of funds and misuse of public funds. In this budget, if you read it carefully, it's just money that has been divided in various ministries. When the money is released in this country, it goes straight to the pocket of politicians. It doesn't go to development and creating jobs. Yesterday, the president lied in front. This president has been lying throughout, Even those jobs that he's saying that I'm going to give the teachers, maybe it's just another one of his many lies. Because he said right in front of the public that we have employed 2,400 young people through low-cost housing, where were those low-cost housing? Low-cost housings have been stopped and nothing is going on. The contractors are holding papers in their hands. They don't know what to do, because as a contractor, you can't go to the ground and start working on the ground when you're not sure where you're going to be paid. So where the money is coming from to pay the low-cost housing, where the contractor has already been issued with the document, is from this finance bill.
So it means that the genesis of even this revolution is not a single bit, because as he says, many of them, even on the streets, they're not really protesting about largely the finance bill. So according to you, do you think it is multifaceted? Someone on the streets just because of unemployment, someone else was on the street because of something else that they are revolting against the government?
Let me tell you, when the Gen Zs were on the streets, their parents were in the houses, and the parents were watching what was happening in the streets. Some of them were even given facilitation to go to the streets, because the parents are also feeling the weight of this government. The misuse of public funds has caused the cost of living to go very high. Why is the cost of living very high? Because there is no money in circulation. You see, this budget, the president was targeting to collect 3.29 trillion. We have a county debt of 10 trillion. The domestic debt alone is 5.2 trillion. If you look at sober leaders, forget about the former regime, the regime before, which was Kibaki's regime. The first thing Kibaki did was to make sure that the domestic debts are paid. Those people who give services to the government, they supplied something to the government. They did a contract to the government. If that money is paid, then there's circulation of money. Then these businesses thrive, young people get jobs, and the government is supposed to provide alternative sources of employment for the young people. Right now, all the money that we collect goes into the pocket of politicians. And now there's no development going on, there's no money in circulation, and the cost of living is becoming a big strain to the Kenyans.
And I'm still on the whole bit of keeping the fire burning, to the many, because we know 70% of the population are the young people. So the many young people listening to us this morning. Wakili, we did see Azimio leader Raila Odinga. He had been quoted. I remember one of the young girls saying, Raila Odinga, you've been on the streets for us, relax. Let us now join in. And Raila Odinga said, I'm a proud father. We also saw Mother Karua saying, I have never seen something like this, keep up. But then I'm being told we do have a caller or a correspondent from Machakos. Yes, Mbai, a very good morning to you. Machakos is one of those places that on Tuesday was people were really apt about the anti-finance bill protests, and I believe even one of the police stations was torched down. Kindly, Tuambie, what is happening in Machakos as of this morning?
Okay, thank you. This morning, Machakos County is a bit cool compared to Tuesday when it was more chaotic. And on Tuesday, just a recap, with the Machakos County Assembly, the gate being torched by protesters, and also the Machakos County headquarters offices also being torched. But as it is today, this morning, the situation seems to be more cool. Even though yesterday there were some reports that there might be demos today, but we're still waiting to see what will happen in the course of the day. But as it is at now, it is cool, business as usual, and residents are turning back to their businesses as we wait what will unfold throughout the day. That's the current situation in Machakos town.
Have you witnessed any police presence in some parts of Machakos?
Police are still keeping vigil. I've seen several police officers patrol the town. All the town is a bit cool. There's no protest as it is now. Just business as usual. Even the locals are returning to business. They're opening their businesses. Contrary to what was witnessed on Tuesday. The police on the streets are not many, just a few in plain clothes, just giving vigil in case of anything.
Right. Finally, and from your interaction and the chatter around groups around even Machakos, do we maybe expect to see some peaceful protests in that area today?
From interaction yesterday evening, there were mixed reactions. Since the president accepted the changes of the finance bill, some were saying there was no need for protest, but still some believe there's need for protest. So we're in a 50-50 situation. We are not sure whether there will be protest or they will protest. So we're not sure 100%, but it's a 50-50 situation as it is now.
All right. Thank you very much, Nicholas Mbai from Machakos, Boots on Ground. We'll definitely be back to take a look at some live pictures when we actually get them from Mbai, huko Machakos. So I was now back to you, Wakili.
Yes.
And even as you can hear right now, I mean, there's a whole mixed reactions. And the big question right now is, will the fire keep burning on this revolution? Because just speaking from what people who have been even in different revolutions, even in the country, as leader Raila Odinga, we have seen him leading protests in the country. Martha Karua as well, NAC leader Martha Karua, just saying, even loading the young people who went out, and many others. So that means that even for the young people in the Gen Z revolution, there's so many people who are looking at them. Even for the older generation, they're looking at them and they're expecting quite a lot. And today, and so my question really is, how important is today? Because today was listed as the last day of the protests. So today is make or break for this revolution. Do you think so?
Stanley, like I said in the beginning, finance bill was just a door. It was just a tip of the iceberg. There are so many issues that many Kenyans are grappling with. Number one, other than the tax finance bill and high taxation, double taxation, we have also lack of inclusivity. The youth are not being, the youth have not been included in decision making. Those that are being fronted are way above the youth bracket. There is lack of transparency. There is lack of accountability. There is tribalism in employment in this country. There is an unemployment. There is the state capture and capture of parliament, and an attempt to capture the judiciary. So this is, it is a whole mixture of so many things. For example, with regards to lack of inclusivity, Article 55 of the Constitution provides that the youth should be included in the decision making, and there should be legal frameworks as to their participation in all arms of the government, starting from the executive, judiciary, and even going to the parliament or legislature. Looking at the executive, look at the composition of the executive. In the executive, the youngest cabinet secretary who is in charge of sports is 48 years old. The person who is very second to him is 50. That is Professor Njuguna Ndung'u. Then Chelugu is 52. These are people who are out of touch with the reality of very many young Kenyans who are grappling with high taxation, high cost of living, and being discriminated upon whenever they seek employment. You see, parastatals are being headed in a ministry. Parastatals are being headed by people from one ethnic group, and you just imagine where are the rest. Looking at the other thing on accountability. The other day we had the financial bill 2023-2024, which was also pushed against our wishes and wills. It was pushed down deep our throats. Now we seek accountability. There is no accountability. The only thing we see is a lot of pride. Members of parliament telling us we will pass it regardless of their opinions. They go to fundraisings and they give 20 million. 20 million. And my brother here, Kiprop, maybe you could help me understand. 20 million can successfully run a hospital in Sindo for almost 7 to 8 years. Someone dishes it out. There is a lot of money in circulation in bags. and there is no accountability.
So all these factors will now fuel this particular revolution.
These factors are fueling this revolution. The other thing that is fueling this revolution is, a promise is a debt. And governance expects that when you promise, you deliver. The UDA manifesto was sugar-coated. It was convincing. They promised us milk. They promised us honey. They promised never to tax us, impose unreasonable taxes. They promised to never to have abductions. They promised never to interfere with independent arms of government. But what are we seeing right now? We are putting them to task that you promised us milk, you promised us honey. We cannot settle for strong tea. We need that honey. And that is what they are running away from. There is also another thing about the dismissive nature of this government. They are reactive. And even what the president right now is doing is just reactionary. He is not doing this because he loves Kenyans. He is doing it because he is pushed to the corner and probably is thinking of another way to pinch Kenyans. And that is what we do not want.
Right. And Hans, granted the fact, even as you also chime in the same, granted the fact that there are all these multifaceted factors coming into play, as you're rightfully saying, people on the streets, everyone has their own issues, but at the end of the day, they converge to reject the finance bill. But what will really fuel this? And because the many hashtags are hashtag Ruto must go, and this is what people are really chanting. Although to 2027 is about 3 years from now. So that means even if this revolution continues, it needs structures. Do you think right now there are structures? Because, listening to even what Machakos correspondent saying, there's a whole confusion. And even listening to X-Spaces, which I'm pretty sure they're happening at the moment, there is still that confusion that what do we do? And the loudest, it seems as if the loudest mouth might really convince even others to go with the same. So what kind of structures, if you're going to be advising the Gen Z leading this revolution right now, what kind of structures should they put and say, if you're going to be going with all these factors, because they're granted factors, this is what we need to do, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J.
That is where we should be going now. What are the kind of structures that agencies should place in, and also the government, so that they work hand in hand and develop their country? And that's what we need to discuss. What we've observed for the last few days, and even the reactions from my brothers here in Wakili, is something like a demonstration in speaking to. Because what these guys are doing and they're telling us is, it's like an activist kind of communication. Because you want to blame on the other hand, but you're not giving any guideline or any proposal what you think.
What happens if you don't listen?
Let's speak to Wakili and let us have time. You know what happened, Wakili, you had your time. If you cannot run a country like a market. A country needs plan.
So is that,
let me just give you
are you directing that to the president or to the Gen Z?
To the Gen Z.
Just for clarification.
Okay, I'm just responding to what Wakili has said, is that there's no plan, there's nothing that have been delivered. And one thing we are saying is this: a country is not run like a market. Okay. It has plans, it has regulations, right. Even employments of those who are CSS, those who are maybe CEOs of institutions have a lot of things to be considered, have experiences and so on. But we can confirm that Ruto has employed many PSs who are youth. Even the PS for SMEs is a youth. Even the PS for lands is a youth, and many more. So there are many youths in the leadership. Even the deputy state house controller is a young man. So we need to appreciate what the president has done. And one thing that we need to be honest about is that changing a country needs time. There's a process of everything. We've always discussed it. There's a procurement process. If you want to build an hospital, you can if President went to power 20 months ago, he cannot have built an hospital today. You cannot have built a road by today. Everything has to be put in plan. Then you look for money. You go to budget. You go to procurement process. But lastly, to do what you are just asking, what the agencies should do is this.
I'll interrupt you. After this update, all the way to Naivasha, I'll come back to you so that you can finish that bit. Let's cross over to Naivasha and listen in to Willie Dennis and Njiru. Njiru, habari asubuhi. How are things looking like this morning in Naivasha? Willie, if you can hear me, a very good morning to you. How are things in Naivasha? Willie Dennis, if you can get me.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Willie, good morning. How are things in Naivasha right now?
Niko tayari pia.
Willie Dennis, we can hear you. How are things looking like in Naivasha this morning? Right, we'll be trying to get Willie Dennis Njiru just to get a sense of how things are going to be looking like in Naivasha and its environs, the police presence on the same. Sorry, I cut you short. And so even as you also come in on the same, because these young people, as much as, yes, albeit they get that, okay, fine, you told us they're timeless, but then many of these people, and just listening to these X spaces and reading even from social media, they're saying, why are we seeing this particular corruption in these particular ministries? Why are we seeing politician ABCD doing ABCD? Despite the fact that, I mean, you really say that the government has plans, the government needs, time. But then what the Gen Z is asking is, then why are we seeing, corruption in this space?
My thinking is the president is aware, and streamlines coming along the way. Shortly.
Aware of the corruption that exists.
And I know the president is going to crack the whip on the people who are allegedly in corruption and also of a certain kind of lifestyle in the government, which is maybe provoking the youth to their reaction. But just to say is what the agencies needs to do is they should have an idea-based demonstration. You demonstrate and you display what you feel the government has oppressed you and what are your opinions, so that you engage with the government and you come to the middle of an agreement so that the country is being run to go ahead. But when we see a demonstration that is being done and there's no tangible complaints that are being placed in one by one or one after the other, we don't have, if we ask you today, like if we ask you, even my friend here who was in the demonstration, yes, the other day, if you tell them, tell us, write them down. What are these things that you want the president to work on? And one thing we are saying is, we want, Kenya is ours. We are not going anywhere. If we say today Ruto must go, it's not a solution. How guarantee are you that the next president who comes will do exactly as you want? All we want is we correct in the government that we are in today. We build each other for a better Kenya. Bring all your proposals that you think should be worked on. Let the government also listen. Let the president cracks whip on the staff that are not doing the right thing, and also in the government. But still, let us also be honest. Even as we demonstrate against this finance bill, let us also read it proper. Let us read what is in the budget and what is it going to benefit us as a country. Right. How much are we losing based on how much you are going to gain? It's just the same way. There is no perfect human being. There are mistakes that the president is doing. There are mistakes that we are doing. The same way peaceful demonstration was happening, they end up looting. The same way the president could have a mistake somewhere. But let us have a proper way whereby we are displaying our grievances in an orderly manner. Right. But there are people, politicians, who are hijacking this thing, and even as the president said, and the criminals who have hijacked so that they loot. There are politicians who have also hijacked so that they display their intentions and their admiration for leadership. But one thing I love the agencies, they have also said they are not interested even with the politicians in the opposition. Because
They have what they are pursuing. And all we are requesting them is to do it in a proper way and engage the government and change the country together.
They say the tribeless, the partyless, and what was the third one? Tribeless, partyless, yes. 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 That is what, on matters structures. Yeah. I'll be getting back to you on the whole structures that really need to be there. But I want to take you all the way to Kisii, where Alfayo Kombo is. Alfayo Kombo, habari asubuhi, how things looking like? We talked on Tuesday, and there was quite the beehive of activities around that particular place. How things looking like in Kisii, where you are at the moment?
Thank you very much. I was getting you very well from the sides of Kisii County. Since morning, I've been just moving around, checking different points of Kisii County. I've been in Darajambili, finally, where I went back to Capital Roundabout, where these demonstrations have been seen, since last week, where you could be able to see those places where demonstrations were. And I was able to see that various business people and vendors have just opened their shops, although halfly. And when I was able to walk down to the stage, I was able to see that several stages, vehicles are not going, like the ones which are supposed to travel to Eldoret. The vehicles that are supposed to travel from Kisii to Kisumu are not going. Kisii, Kericho, vehicles are not going. But with me right now here, I am with the area MP, that is Kitutu, that is Nyaribari Masaba, Daniel Manduku. And maybe he will be telling us what are his sentiments over the president's remarks that happened yesterday.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Daniel Manduku, member for Nyaribari Masaba in Kisii County. First, I want to pass my condolences to the families and friends of the loved ones who died as a result of the protests. Further, I want to thank the young generation for coming out and making their voices heard. But more than that, and in total respect to the Kenyan population, I think we leaders are the problem. And it is time that Parliament is dissolved and we all go back to the electorate and seek a fresh mandate. When protesters stormed Parliament, they came back to take their power, which under Article 1 of the Constitution is donated to us who were elected. And this is in spite of repeated assurance by the Speaker that we were safe in the House of Parliament. Second thing, I'm asking the President to immediately reconstitute his cabinet and get competent people, and I want to say the word competent again, people who can deliver, even as we go into an election. I know people will argue that we don't have an IEBC, but I'm saying this, we are signatories to international treaties, and we can borrow other practices. For example, we can get commissioners from the African Union, we can get commissioners from the East African Community, or from the United States, from the United Nations, so that we go the mediation way. If a commissioner comes, say, from Ghana or from Uganda, he may not be partisan. And the sole mandate of these commissioners will be to conduct a fresh election so that we have a new parliament in the next 90 days. The first exercise will be for the commissioners to update the voter register in 30 days, and thereafter conduct a fresh parliamentary election within 90 days. Thirdly, we saw the president and his deputy speaking from different scripts, and yet they are part and parcel of the same government. That tells you that there is no love lost between the two of them. And therefore, we want a new government after 90 days. Lastly, I want to tell Generation Z to keep pushing. This is your country. This is your future at hand. Push until you get the reforms that you so desire, because this will be the good for our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As we've just heard, those are the few sentiments that the area MP of Nyaribari has just, Nyaribari Masaba has just speculated. And this, I want to reassure our viewers that we'll be keeping a spot check in each and every point of Kisii County and Nyamira County, so that we'll be able to update you each and every event that will be happening today that is being expected, that there will be various demonstrators who will be demonstrating in the county. I don't have much to say, but to pass the mantle back to you in studio.
Right, and as our folks back in Kisii say, Mbiamono sana, Alfaya Kombo, that means thank you very much. We'll definitely be keeping tabs in Kisii and its environs to see what is happening concerning the anti-finance bill protests that might be happening in different parts of the country, just seeing how that will be. But then there's something that, something that the area MP there says, Daniel Manduku, Parliament be dissolved, and that's not the first time he says that. And I'd want to tie that to, because we really talk about structures here, and the young people saying the president who is currently should go. There's something Wakili said, that the leaders who are right now are out of touch with the Gen Z at the moment. So does it mean that the Gen Z should, we're supposed to be crossing over to Nakuru, but then even as you cross over, ponder on this question: should the Gen Z now become the next leaders? Should they start vying for 2027 and becoming the new leaders so that they get in touch? As you ponder on that, let's cross over to Nakuru County, where boots on ground is Chichi Josephine. Chichi, a very good morning to you. Quite a lot happened on Tuesday. Are we expected to see the same today?
Well, Stan, a very good morning to you. Yes, indeed, we're coming live to you from Nakuru town, and exactly what is happening right now is that compared to last Tuesday, or rather on Tuesday, is that here in Nakuru town, there's nothing that is so major to report, but understand that businesses are back to have returned to normalcy. But Stanley, understand that even as the Gen Zs had said, even after the president declined to assent to the Finance Bill 2024 into law, the way they had said that they will come back to the streets and, of course, demonstrate because for them it wasn't all about the Finance Bill. But just to give you a clear picture of how it is in Nakuru town is that we have seen, of course, a heavy presence of police, of course, manning around. As you can see the far end, we can see two vehicles belonging to the police, one from the Kaptembo police station, but of course understand that they are just going around in different parts of Nakuru town to ensure that no groups of youth are seen together, and of course to ensure that there is, of course, calmness. But we have been to different parts of the city and understand that also around the Nakuru State House Lounge is where the police have camped and the security has been beefed up quite well there. And also we have the heavy police presence in different parts, and of course especially the downtown where we have the gang, that is the confirmed gang, that is where the police are exactly. But just to give you, of course, an overview of how it was last on Tuesday, is that a group of rowdy youth just came in and, of course, interrupted the riot protesters, or rather the peaceful protesters who are protesting around the streets of Nakuru. And, of course, it was chaotic right after, like exactly 5 hours, the rowdy youth came in and it was all chaotic here, where businesses had to be closed down. And, of course, we had seen now the police officers are facing off with the protesters, and, of course, there were tear gas being thrown from from every side of the city. But just to tell you is that for now Nakuru is calm and there is nothing to worry about. But understand, last time we just had, of course, it is 9:52, and they had said that it is quite early to start any protest or rather demonstrations. But we are here keeping an eye on everything that is going on to see what will transpire later after this, because we really cannot say that there will be no protest or rather there will be no demonstrations in Nakuru. But we are here keeping tabs, or rather keeping an eye on everything that is happening. I have talked to different police officers, of course, who are in different places to see how the situation is, but they are saying for them they cannot really say that the youths are not ready to come out to the streets, but they are ready to ensure that no confrontations will happen just in case the Gen Zs decide to come back to the streets. But I've also talked to some of the Gen Zs who are out on Tuesday to protest against the Finance Bill 2024. And now, stand just to tell you is that they say even after the president declined to assent to the 2024 Finance Bill into law, they say it is not all about the Finance Bill. And so many of them now say it is about Ruto, or rather the president, going home, or rather they are not okay with this presidency and how the government is like right now. But we are here keeping an eye on everything, stand just to see how it is. But yes, I can tell you there is a presence of heavy police presence around the city. But we shall be able to know how will it go on, because we cannot really predict whether the Gen Zs will come to the streets or rather will not come to the streets. But we are here to see how it transpires. But just know that is on Tuesday when the Gen Zs were on the streets, it was all peaceful until some rowdy crowd came in and decided to make it all chaotic. And it wasn't anything, or rather it wasn't so good here in Nakuru. But we are waiting to see what will really happen, even as we are waiting to see whether the youth or rather the Gen Zs, together with the millennials and everybody, will come to the streets. And some of them, just to add to what I've said, is that for the people I had talked to, especially this morning, is that they said for this particular protest, even after the president now said it is all well, he's not going to sign to the bill, but they say it will go down in history that a generation will be against a government, or rather the government has gone against, or rather is against a generation. And so the generation, the Gen Zs, for them it's a hats off. And everybody is saying it's a hats off for the Gen Zs because they have, of course, made the president calm down and, of course, agree to do what they really wanted them, or rather him, to do. So we are here, Stanley, keeping an eye on it to see how things transpires right from now. But yes, in case of anything, I will come back live on air and, of course, explain to our viewers what will be happening from Nakuru County. So for now, allow me just go around the city and see how the situation is. But it is calm. Nakuru is calm for now. And just in case of anything, I'll definitely keep our viewers posted, or rather updated to the current happenings in Nakuru County. Over to you, Stanley. My name is Chichi Josephine.
Well, thank you very much, Chichi Josephine, for that. We'll definitely be getting back to you. Right here in studio, I have three gentlemen, and because of time, gentlemen, nitauliza 30 seconds each kindly. There's a question I asked about should we see Gen Z vying for 2027 polls so that they actually get in touch with them. Even as you answer this, 30 seconds each, your final thoughts. I'll start with you, Yaya.
Honestly speaking, for me, I think that every generation must find their vision, and Gen Z have proved that they are the generation to define that vision. For me, anybody, honestly, who is looking at the way this government is run knows that this is a fallen government.
Okay.
And even if they're given another minute to continue with their mess, the country will still be thrown into a deep mess. So what I'm asking the Gen Zs is to put leadership to this revolution. If they put leadership to this revolution, then even tomorrow we can push this government out and start this country afresh.
Fantastic. Hans, your final thoughts, very briefly.
Yeah, Gen Z should give a try in leadership. I support every youth, every young person who have a call for leadership. It is the right thing to do. It can be a call either from the above. God has placed it in you. Go for it. All you are saying is that have proper structures, have your own representatives, whereby your grievances can be shared to the government at the moment, so that you can be accommodated and ensure that all your wishes are done in the government.
Right. Wakili, briefly.
The electorates were looking for audience. It was very hard to reach a president who has captured our representatives. It was very difficult to reach a president who is never in the country and his deputy is running an academy in Mount Kenya. It was very difficult to reach a president who is the advised and the advisor. It is time that we come back to our senses and know that our authority is from the people. And so we need a listener, we need someone who will address our issues without trying to corrupt a few of us. Come to the experts and we talk.
Right, thank you very much. Peter Osaga, advocate of the High Court, as well as Hans Kiprop, a political analyst, and John Yahianene, he's a political strategist, Labour Party of Kenya. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for putting perspective on this conversation. Where next on the Gen Z revolution? Before we actually wrap it up, I want to take you back to Naivasha, where Willie Dennis Njiru is. We finally got him. Njiru, how are things looking like this morning?
Good morning, Stanley. Everything is looking up, like just as you've seen there from our headquarters in Nakuru. Everything is relatively calm here in Naivasha, and everyone is up and about to their daily chores. Right about now, the sun is just up, and everything looks normal, like the situation was before the day yesterday, where, as witnessed in other parts of this country, it was just chaotic. And part of the looting that occurred at Naivas, which we all understand that Naivas emanated from Naivasha, and the mother store here was actually vandalized. But today everything seems to be okay, as such as the police continue to piece together the event as they unfolded at the Naivas, with a few people getting apprehended here. And as they piece together, perhaps they could be bringing some people up to book and the courts of justice for actually what happened here.
Right.
But as such, now everything is relatively calm, and I strongly believe this could have been precipitated by the president's move yesterday to put aside the contentious bill that had actually escalated to the situation as it was witnessed in the country. Stanley, not just to forget that I was with in the company of the president when these things were unfolding in the capital city. And to be honest, he was quite disturbed by the onset of the situation as it was. And he didn't actually address those people who had converged outside one of the hotels where he was holding his meeting, seemingly because of what has actually happened in the country. But things are looking up that the president has actually heeded to the calls of the youngsters. And maybe with the directive that he has issued, I don't foresee any other situation getting ugly as it is. Stanley.
Right. Thank you very much, Willie Dennis Njiru. A perfect way to wrap up this conversation. Salimia sana watu wa Naivasha, and I will be getting on tabs with that. And thank you very much for